And then the budget, once we have this session and give whatever direction we give or don't give, then the budget will come back to us, and then the budget, then we'll be voting for approval on June 18th. Thank you. And I'm going to now pass it over to our city manager, David Guhin, to go over in general what we're going to do today. And then after that, we'll have a general oversight, and then we'll have open for public comment, and then we'll go into reviewing all the different departments. Very good. That's the agenda for today.
All right, thank you. And I'll try to project so that you can hear me from the back. If not, please let me know. Here's the agenda for today, as the mayor mentioned. Today's goal is to go over our entire budget. It's a fairly comprehensive presentation today. There's only 140 slides, I think, so buckle up. We will be taking a break around noon for lunch. But as the mayor mentioned, we're going to start off with an overview of where we are currently, what the approach we took with the budget, what we're seeing in the national state level, and then some of the major drivers on what's driving the budget this year. And then we'll pause there and receive feedback from the public. So what concerns you have, what issues you have, and recommendations you have. And then we'll go right into the general fund. And the general fund is the biggest piece of our budget that is discretionary. So we'll go through revenue, expenses, our forecast, our reserves. And probably at that point, we'll need to break for lunch around noon. If we have more time, we can take on the budget modification discussion. And when we get into the budget modifications, we're going to be talking about deferments and things we've done to bring a balanced budget to you today. So we'll talk about one-time request potentially, our community program funding, and our homeless funding that is in place. And then after that, we're going to go department by department after we go through personnel. And then we'll talk about enterprise funds, our internal service funds, and then we'll finish the day with our capital improvement program. So it's going to be a full day, but you'll get a good perspective of where the budget is, how we came up with it, and the approach we're trying to take. So starting off with the status, we kicked this off in March. We've been working with the departments over the past few months, going through each line item by line item for every department, identifying needs where we need to increase based on the increased cost, identifying where we need to add to address council goals, but also finding reductions. So trying to find areas where we can reduce to try to bring this budget balanced as we move forward. I reviewed it with the finance director and the departments, and then we're here to present to you today what we found. As a reminder, the council set goals early this year. That's critical. That drives our process for developing the budget to make sure that we're accomplishing these goals through the supporting our boards and commissions work plans that have been created, but also just funding programs and services that address these goals, which is housing, economic development, parks, recreation, community services, climate mitigation, and our Sonoma Valley unification efforts. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Prapti, our finance director, to go through what we're seeing at the national and state, and then I'll come back and talk about our approach for the budget.
On the national economic outlook, the Federal Reserve has projected real GDP growth of 2% for 2025 and 1.96 for 2026, which is a slowdown from previous year of 2.8. Inflation is projected to stay above the Fed's level, which is 2% target, which is around 2.6 to 2.8, which is mostly due to the new tariffs and new federal administration. Interest rates are expected to stay above 4% through 2026, with 10-year Treasury hitting 4.8 in late 2025. This means everything remains expensive for borrowing, for consumers, for home buyers, for businesses, and even for city finance planning. Unemployment is expected to rise slightly to 4.3% in 2025. Labor market also faces a structural strain. Mass deportation proposed by the federal administration would heavily impact construction and agriculture sectors. These shortages are likely to push wages higher, especially in low-wage, labor-intensive jobs. The resulting instability could also reduce consumer spending and widen workforce gap in critical industries. The tariffs and deportation are expected to raise costs as well for businesses and limit consumer spending, adding inflationary pressure while slowing demand, which increases the risk of stagflation. Policy uncertainty under new federal administration is creating volatility for businesses, investors, and households, which again raise the risk of slowing growth and delayed decision making. So people are more hesitant to spend money in this market. On the state level, the home prices are projected to rise between 3 to 5% across California. We see the rise higher in Southern California metro, while in Bay Area it's slightly lower compared to the Southern California. We also see high mortgage interest rates and rising insurance costs, which is a big challenge for home buyers. California economy is projected to grow at the rate of national average in 2025. The job growth is expected to slow to 0.8%, and state employment rate is forecasted to 5.7 in 2025. Even though we see a little decrease in the growth rate and the high unemployment, the real personal income tax in California is anticipated to rise to 2.5% in 2025, indicating the modest gains in residents' purchasing power. $21.9 billion, which includes $228.9 billion general fund. The projected general fund has a deficit of $12 billion for fiscal year 25-26, according to Gavin Newsom's revised budget proposal. To close care workers and also pausing Medi-Cal expansion for undocumented adults. Despite the fiscal challenges, the three priorities for the state are still preserved, which is some of the key priorities that they have is for education for transitional kindergarten, wildfire resilience effort, and housing programs.
Okay, with all that, I think one of the common things that we went into this budget with is there's a lot of uncertainty that's coming up this year. And so with that, that you just heard, kind of at the federal level, state level, and even in the county level, we've been talking to our county counterparts with their budgets and what's coming down through the state, through the counties to the cities. There's still that uncertainty of what's going to happen and the revenue we're going to see for various programs. And so in order to manage that, the approach that we took with this budget bringing to you today did the following. One, we wanted to bring you a balanced budget for the first time. In the past 2 years, you've seen a deficit budget. So this budget we're bringing to you today is balanced. That was done through conservative revenue projections. So we're assuming that the revenues that we see through TOT, through property tax and sales tax, is fairly conservative. And you'll see that over the next, after public comment, we'll go through our projections and what we're bringing forward and the revenue side. We went through all the departments to try to identify where we can reduce and hold some funding back. So depending on what revenues comes in, we can adjust that over time. We delayed a few CIP projects where we felt like we could hold back on some CIP projects until we get a better handle on what's happening with the economy and what revenue we see coming in. And then we've identified a number of budget asks that have come in through the year that are one-time asks. So these are asks that once funded, we don't build into the long-term forecast. It's one time, and so that way we pull those asks out separately, and we'll talk about those individually. If you want to fund those, we can dip into reserves to fund those, and so we know exactly what we're spending, where it's coming from, and it's not affecting our long-term operating cost going into the next 5 years. And then finally, we're recommending that based on what you adopt next month, we come back mid-year and do an update in terms of where we are with revenues, how we were on our projections, and can we revisit some of these things that we've delayed or put off or new expenditures that we haven't anticipated. And so we're gonna need to revisit this regardless come January. So that's the approach we took that you're gonna see today. Just wanna give that background, so as you hear from the public, this is the approach we're going to try to take, and we can fold into the budget process and the discussion today appropriately. So with that, we're going to go into more detail on these, but at a high level, we have personnel cost increases that have gone up across the board. That's both in city staff and through our fire contracts and our police contracts. Our CalPERS has increased, not as much as last year, but it has increased. Our operation costs have gone up across the board, and that's primarily due to utilities, so considerably higher than we anticipated last year. So we had to adjust all of our budgets to reflect that actual cost. Our TOT, we're looking pretty flat this year, so the tourism we're expecting to drop off, and you'll see more of that in the coming slides, but that does have a major impact on us. Measure T, fortunately, thanks to the community passing Measure T, that was a huge benefit to the city to be able to maintain and provide services as we move forward. So we're anticipating an additional $2.6 million next year due to that. That is down from what we originally thought that revenue would be because of the lower sales tax that we're projecting going into next year. But that allows us to do some of the key things we requested. We created a Parks and Rec department, balanced our budget, and doing some key initiatives moving forward. So that revenue is going to work. And our property tax revenue, it is slightly increasing. That's probably the only thing that's increasing at that rate is property tax in that anticipation. But that is something that we're going to keep an eye on. And as you heard from Prapti, there are some things that are competing with that, which is higher interest rates and ability to get loans and those things that will potentially slow down that transfer of ownership, which affects our property tax numbers moving forward. So with that, I think we wanted to pause here and Mayor to open it up for public comment if that's appropriate, or answer questions
I think why don't we
first.
open it up first to see if the council has any questions for the first part of the presentation. You good, Jack? Ron?
Good.
We're good. We're good. So at this point, we will open it up for public comment. Anybody wishing to address can just stand up. I'll take you one at a time. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lynn Joyner, and I've lived in Sonoma for 13 years already. Have a visa to be here from San Francisco. I'm happy about it. I'm here to talk about SOS, and so I'm going to put on my messy, dirty SOS kitchen apron to talk to you about it. As you have properly identified your budget report as how to manage the uncertainty, we at SOS are trying to manage a big increase in the people who we serve. It's not just the homeless that you care about because you're dedicating money for that, but we have a whole bunch of what are called food insecure. I don't know who makes up these. They're hungry! And it's gone up a lot. It's gone up every year, but especially in the last year, it's gone up a lot. Over 100, or over 1,000. I'm not good at statistics, so I'm gonna leave that to you guys, if you got pages and pages of it. But trust me, it's just gone up, and we are doing over 1,000 more meals every year. I'm gonna leave it to other people to talk to you about statistics. I'm gonna talk to you about people and about what it takes to do this. You've all been to the supermarkets. You know that your own grocery bills are going up. We also have to worry about the cost of all the carry-out plastic containers that people come and get their food in. We have to worry about the plastic forks. We have to worry about the rubber gloves that I wear and other volunteers wear when we make food. So I'm trying to get you to understand it's not just the cost of the food, it's the cost of all these other things that has to factor into our ability to feed people healthy, nutritious meals. And so we're grateful to the supermarkets that provide us with food that they can't sell anymore because it's too close to the date. The the food bank, but the food bank, as you know, has been losing money from the wonderful government, and the farmers. And boy, I tell you, tomato season, you should come because they are great tomatoes. The point being, we have to factor into the cost of a meal, not just the food, and the creative ways in which our chefs are able to feed 500 people a day. That used to be 300 people a day. That used to be 200 people a day. It's really important that you realize that the cost is not just the food. It's all the things that go into bringing that food to the people who need it. I would like to invite you to come and have a meal. It's free. And it's well prepared and lovingly served by volunteers like me. And look at the faces. And it's not just the homeless who you help us with, but all the food, quote, insecure. And to see the kids come in and get a big, good meal is very special. And I'm not going to take much more of your time except to say that you get a lot of bang for the buck from SOS, and I hope that you will seriously and compassionately consider our request for another $25,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
Hi, Jane Hansen from Sonoma Splash, Aquatics Director. I'm not as good at Lynn as speaking off the cuff, but so I have just a few things to say.
She can swim laps around me, though.
So investing in Sonoma Splash Community Pool is not just a commitment to recreation, it's a commitment to public safety, youth development, and community strengthening. As one of the few accessible recreational spaces for residents of all ages, the pool serves as a vital community hub. By investing in Splash, the city is promoting public health and safety. We offer critical water safety and swim lessons to residents young and old. In April of this year, we taught all of Sasserini second graders. We gave them 8 free swim lessons, and our hope is that next spring we're able to do it for the entire Sonoma Valley. By increasing funding for the pool, the city will directly reduce the risk of drowning, support lifelong safety skills, and promote public bonds. By investing in Splash, the city supports youth engagement and development. The pool provides a safe, structured environment where youth can participate in swim teams, lifeguard training, camps, and recreational programs. The pool plays a crucial role in keeping our youth active and involved. This summer, we plan to bring back our floating obstacle course, our aqua park, and our goal in providing this was to provide exercise, fun, and engagement for our youth. We also employ approximately 90 community members during the summer months, 2/3 of which are youth from our community. Working as a lifeguard, swim instructor, or camp counselor teaches our youth discipline, teamwork, and leadership, all skills that can translate into personal success. By investing in Splash, the city enhances equity and accessibility. With rising costs in private fitness, Splash Pool remains a rare, essential space for inclusive access. Increased funding from the city will allow us to offer lower cost entry to low-income individuals and families. By investing in Splash, the city will help to strengthen community bonds. The pool is more than just a place to swim. It's a place where neighbors meet, where families bond, and where a sense of community is tangible. It's a place like Cheers, where everybody knows your name. Events like our floating pumpkin patch swim meets, water polo games, movie nights, and numerous aquatic classes bring diverse groups together, fostering social cohesion and local pride. By investing in Sonoma Splash, the city can expect a return on its investment. Well-maintained amenities like community pools increase property values, attract families, and can even draw visitors to the area. By increasing in funding for Splash, the city sends a clear message that public safety, youth development, and community equity are priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jane. Yes,
Should I be over here?
you can
can be
stand
anywhere you
wherever
want.
you want.
Wonderful. I haven't really prepared anything, but I just again wanted to thank you all for being so visionary and listening so well. to the Cultural and Fine Arts Commission. I'm Connie Schleyeline, and I'm chair of the commission. I wanted to ask you, are we better off today than we were 2 years ago, before David was here, and before our council embraced it, and before our staff is growing now? And I think even though the economy is so challenging right now, and we're so fearful of what's going to happen, we're pretty solid. And I think that the community, the entire community, can feel that stability and excitement with the new parks director coming on. So I just would like you to think about being visionary and being being bold yet pragmatic, because we're in a time where we've got to do that balance. And I'm so excited about this particular body and what we can do together. And think about, it wasn't raining when Noah built the ark. And we're preparing for the worst, but we also need to think about the small little gains we can do as we chart our course. We're really excited that David brought the chairs of the commissions together and really looked at the goals. He explained the budget to us, so we got our eyes open with that discussion of what you all are facing, the unknown. However, it's important, I think, to build in some wins for this community, some visible, tangible, small wins that we can give hope to our people. They need food, they need social, emotional, joyful experiences. And ironically, tomorrow, our subcommittee with Cultural and Fine Arts Commission is meeting to develop the toolbox for the Public Art Master Plan. We've been consulting other communities to see how they on-ramped their programs, because Cultural and Fine Arts Commission is 41 years old. And you look around at how much public art we have, that's phenomenally sad, and we intend to do something to change that. So we will be bringing some proposals to you to maybe jumpstart some temporary art that could really just give people joy and hope. So thank you.
Thank you.
You're late.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Tom Conlon. I'm Vice Chair of your Climate Action Commission. I'm not speaking in an official capacity for that group today, of course, but my thoughts are largely influenced by my efforts and those of my colleagues on that commission. And I appreciate that this is a budget today and we have an opportunity to look at it, and that your personnel, PERS, and utility costs are all rising, while your tax base is pretty flat, if not actually going down with the exception of the sales tax increase. And that's the situation we find ourselves constrained by. The other thing that's in the room for me today is that the backdrop in our society is that affordability is really becoming difficult for the vast majority of people in California. And I don't see the legislature and the governor responding to this aggressively enough. And I think that's going to bring pressure down to the local government level as well. As I understand it, climate change is already a significant driver of these unaffordable costs. If you think about your utility or your insurance bills that are rising way above the rate of CPI, it's because the legislature and the governor have allowed those costs to be rate-based and passed on. Now, Connie brings up the cloud, or the sense of dread of the future that's, I think, here in our society right now. And yes, we are in a pretty stable place relative to a lot of communities, and Sonoma's even unique within the valley in that respect. We have on our commission a long list of climate, mostly mitigation measures that you've asked us to draft. We've worked with your previous staff person to do that, and your current community development director. We are working on that. The concern that we have on the commission is that we don't yet have a clear nexus to the city's budget priorities and how we're going to be able to accomplish that long list without there being clarity around that. And so I was hoping that we might get more of that in this budget cycle. We formed an ad hoc that we prepared a very tentative sort of reverse engineered list of the things that we know the city's already spending money on that are climate related, and then what those budget numbers might be. And it's a draft for commentary and for beginning a conversation is really all it is at this point. So I look forward, I'll be listening today for that kind of output from your discussions. To date, I haven't really seen it in there, and I do see the city making commitments to arts and parks and other things which are, in my world, nice to have, but may be blown away by the future that we see coming barreling down. So those are my concerns that I bring to you today. I'll be listening with great interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others that would like to make public comment?
I've already spoken.
Oh, you did?
Well, here I was here on time.
I didn't mean to make that kind of an entree. I'll give you that. I just have little something here. Just a quick note. I'm sure you're, oh, thank you. Thank you. So, thank you so much. First of all, Madam Mayor, council members, I would like to say thank you so much for allowing me to just share some information regarding SOS, and thank you, Lynn, you were here on time. And
First time.
oh, and so the reason I'm here, of course, is we SOS and Overnight Support has requested an additional $25,000. I'm sorry, I think I stalked half of you. The council members, I sent you a multitude of letters and everything. But SOS, we project by the end of this year, will probably provide about 80,000 meals to people in Sonoma and the Valley. We deliver meals to people who are homebound, provide food to families who require food assistance. We provide food actually to Artiscape for their summer program. During the summer, a unique place with a multitude of, we are a unique place with a multitude of volunteers. And what's so exciting is that we are working with young people from becoming independent, and also Sweetwater Spectrum. And so you get to meet another part of our humanity. So I'm a volunteer as well. I work 1 day a week, and there's no greater joy than making 80 sandwiches and somebody saying you need to make 100 more by yourself. And that's sort of a thrill. But I'm here, as I said, we know that you are only responsible for homeless, and that's 22% helping to feed the homeless. And that's 22% of the people we feed. So we're an organization that catches those in our community who fall through the net. And those are the people that walk in our doors, have nothing, no bus, we've provided bus passes and the city did, thank you. And also free bus passes to doctor's appointments, or God only knows what kind of appointments in Santa Rosa. But I'm here to request the additional $25,000 for SOS. I'm very proud to be part of that organization. And we just feed people, and that's what we do. So I appreciate your time. I'm sorry I ran late, and I'm prepared to do whatever's necessary right now. Thank you.
You were just in time, then. We're still open to public comments. So. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we will move on, and we'll hand this back over to our city manager, David Hewitt. So we'll start going through each individual area.
So we're gonna move into our general fund budget review, and actually, we're gonna start with the citywide expenses, so you can see citywide what our total budget is. That's gonna be general fund plus our enterprise funds, our other internal service funds, so we're gonna go over that, and then we'll get into the general fund, which is the meat of it. So I'm gonna turn this back over to our finance director, and I haven't officially introduced our finance director, Prapti, and our Councilman Ryan here, who have done a bulk of this work to bring this to this point, so I wanna thank them and acknowledge them for the work they've done on this budget. With that, I'll turn it back to Prapti.
Okay, so this table shows the total citywide revenue of 45.6 million, out of which the general fund revenue is proposed to be 28.8 million, which is 15.71% increase, and this increase is mainly due to the slight increase in property tax and 2.6 million in Measure T that we're expecting to receive in fiscal year 26. We have about 200K increase in fee revenue, 5% in franchise tax. We have projected some increases in charges for services, EMS revenue, interest revenue, and some rent increase as well. We will talk about it in more details in the coming slides. For the enterprise fund, we see 2.24% increase. Enterprise fund consists of water enterprise, water CIP, and cemetery. You don't see a big increase here. It's because the cemetery, we had a transfer in fiscal year 24 for columbarium, which is why the increase is not as big compared to general fund, but we do see some increase in water utility, which is 7.5%. Also, the completion of AMI project in water CIP, we don't have that transfer in, which is why the increase is not that high compared to last year. For the special revenue fund, we see a big drop of 30.18%. It is because this year we are not budgeting for Fund 202, which is the PEG fund, Public Education and Government, because this revenue is just a pass-through that we receive, that we give out to Sonoma Valley Communication, and also because of the Chase Street Bridge completion, we did not budget for Grant Fund 630, which is why you see a big drop in special revenue. So we didn't have that budgeted this year. So for the fiduciary fund, we see 23.99% increase. This fund consists of the successor agency, public art and pool scholarship, everything remaining the constant except, it's the request we made to the Department of Finance for successor agency. The increase is because of the increase in request. Internal service fund, we see 42.43% increase, which the increase is mainly due to the interest revenue, which we will talk about it later during the presentation. We budgeted based on the actuals this year based on the prior year's actual. We are more aligned to the interest revenue we've received in the past, which is why there is an increase. And then the increase is also due to the interdepartmental transfer in internal service fund. So next is capital project fund, which includes fund 301 and 304. There is a slight decrease in CIP. It is because we're delaying some projects for mid-year, and also we have not budgeted in fiscal year 26 for the big change from last year was we had budgeted for Chase Street Bridge, which is completed this year. So there is no transfer in, which is why you see the decrease in revenue in capital project fund. Next is agency fund. This is just a revenue, budgeted revenue, which was missing from last year's budget, which is why you see that 25,000 change. It's just for the revenue. And then lastly, the debt service fund includes, there's no budget. It's because we don't use those funds anymore. They're no longer active. Okay, so moving along on the expenditure side, we see 1.84% overall increase in our general fund expenditure, which brings the general fund expenditure to 28.7 million. And we will talk about it in details in upcoming slide for that. For enterprise fund, we see a drop of 18.02. Again, this is due to the completion of AMI project, which is why we've not budgeted for, the budget drop for the expenditure because of the completion of that. However, we have budgeted 655,000 for water CIP, which we will talk in detail later during the presentation. For special revenue, the drop is 62.13%. Again, this is due to because we have not budgeted the Fund 202 this year, and also the grant fund that for Chase Street Bridge, which is why you see the big drop. And also the number of projects that are funded through Fund 302, which is gas tax and RMRA, Fund 303 is less compared to last fiscal year, and this is all the CIP projects, which we will talk later. For the fiduciary fund, we see a slight increase of 1.64%. This includes like the transfers to public art and pool scholarship for the policies. For internal service fund, we see a drop of 34% because we do not have any new vehicles requests this year, so the expenditure is lower compared to last year. For capital projects, again, the delayed CIP, because of the delayed CIP, which we're planning to bring in mid-year, which is why the expenditure is lower compared to last year, and also the completion of Chase Street Bridge, so it's lower. So, yeah. Okay. Moving on to the revenue for general fund. So this is our top 3 general fund revenue for the city. We're expecting the TOT to stay flat for fiscal year 26. Property tax, we're forecasting it to go a little bit, slight increase in property tax, and then sales tax based on the actual received for 2024 fourth quarter. We are expecting the sales tax to go down, like what we were going to receive for fiscal year 26. Okay, on the TOT side, it is projected that California's room revenue is expected to rise 0.2% because of the softer economy and declining international arrivals. However, major events in 2026 like Super Bowl in San Francisco and FIFA World Cup in both LA and San Francisco, we're expecting to attract more visitors. Also locally, Sonoma Valley Business Bureau is also focusing market efforts for in-state travelers and 200-year harvest celebration, which we are hoping to have more visitors in the city. The state also has new California Loves Canada campaign, which aims to attract more Canadian visitors. There are no new lodging development plans within the city limit over next year's. Based on the trend we have seen, we're expecting the projected budget for 25-26 to be 5.96, which is slightly 1.37% higher than what we're anticipating the year to end with for fiscal year 24-25, which is 5.90%. So we're expecting the TOT to remain flat for the next 5 years, with very slight increase of 2.5% in fiscal year 27 through 30. Okay, so next we're talking about the property tax. As of March 2025, home prices in Sonoma remains high, which is up 2.1% year over year, with median sale price of 1.13 million. With the 7% mortgage rates and slowing home, it creates a lock-in effect where homeowners with lower interest rates are hesitant to sell. And we're seeing this in real property transfer where our revenue has significantly decreased over the years because people are not selling their houses and we don't see the real transfer revenue. So that has been, we can see that in our numbers. While the constructions and commercial reassessments are helping, higher interest rates are expected to moderate the property tax revenue growth, which is projected to increase just by 3% to 5% in fiscal year 25-26. And with that, we have taken a moderate conservative approach and expected and forecasted the revenue to next slide, David. Forecasted the revenue to grow by 3.65%. So the projected revenue for property tax for fiscal year 26 is 5.86%, which is 3.65% higher than what we are expecting the fiscal year 25 to end with.
Yeah.
With the sales tax, again, the 2024 quarter for Sonoma saw 4.1% drop in total sales tax receipts, which is driven by the reduced consumer spending from elevated inflation and interest rate. We also saw the hotel sales were down 19%. Fine and casual dining fell over 5%. While the quick service dining rose 1.7% in fourth quarter of 2024. General consumer goods also declined by 9%, which is especially in home furnishing. Countywide, we saw a taxable sales drop of 3.8%, and in Bay Area, we saw down by 0.5%. Despite of this, the passage of Measure T in November, we are expecting to generate 2.6 million in 25-26. Overall, the sales tax in year 2025 is expected to remain flat or slightly down with the boost without the boost in tourism or in spending. So the next slide, what we have is for fiscal year 24-25, we are expecting to close the year with 7.25%. In fiscal year 25-26, even though there is a big jump, it's actually the sales tax not growing. This big jump is due to the Measure T of 2.65%, which is why the increase is 26.54, but it's actually because we added Measure T to this number. We wanted to show you the total sales tax impact on the graph, which is why there is a big jump. Even though this looks like there is a big jump, we're just expecting the sales tax to just remain flat for 25-26, and then starting 26-27, we are forecasting it a very conservative growth of 2.5%, up to 3% moving forward for next 5 years. Okay, moving along, this chart shows the general fund income by source. Our top revenue generator is sales and use tax with $9.2 million. Next is TOT with $6 million, and the third is property tax, again with $6 million. With EMS revenue 3.5, and then the rest are all the transfers and fees and fines, permit, which we have for fiscal year 25-26. Moving on to the expense side. So the net change in UAL cost from last fiscal year, which is fiscal year 25-26, is $168,000. Our actual return based on investment valuation based on 22-23 is 5.8% when the expected return is 6.8. Because the return was below, the actual return is below the expected return, we had to pay the increase, which is 168,000, more compared to last fiscal year 25.
Okay.
Okay, so next is general fund expenses by department, with fire being 8.12 million. This includes the total operating cost for the fire as well as the contract price. And same with the police department, the total cost for the police department is 7.8 million, which includes the police contract plus the operating expenses for the department. Next is recreation, 1.9 million, and then so forth. So we will be talking about all these departments in detail this afternoon. Okay, so this is another table representation of general fund expenditure by department. The biggest change this year for the expenditure increase is the COLA increase and employer health contribution increase. Also, we've seen the utility increase this fiscal year in 25, so we have incorporated that increase as well. We are still waiting on workers' comp increase, which is expected to be above 10%, and insurance and property liability increase, which is expected to be above 20%. Compared to actuals for fiscal year 25. So we're still waiting on those numbers. But those are the big drivers for fiscal year 26 for the expenditures. And we will be talking in detail. I'll just do a general overview of this chart, but we will be talking in detail for each department later during the day. So for the city council, there is a decrease of 19.53%. This is due to the full-time employee used to be allocated in this department who has retired, which is why we no longer have that expense in this department, which is why you're seeing the decrease for city council. For city clerk, we created a brand new department for public information. So some of the expenses from city clerk department moved to the public information and engagement department, which is why you're seeing that 5.05% decrease. For city manager, the payroll allocation, again, because we created two new departments, emergency preparedness, public information engagement, and we moved some payroll allocation around, so which is why there is a decrease in city manager's budget as well. For finance, you see 19.22% increase is because we have additional ask for audit help, and the AGL administration for business license and TOT, we've moved from non-departmental to finance, so which is why you're seeing the increase. For public works admin, there is a consultant cost decrease. For public works street, we see the increase in utility cost. Supplies, repair and maintenance is higher due to the cost of materials, which is why there is a increase. And then the next is I'm going to touch on the higher one. For building, the cost recovery contract increase, which also generates revenue, so which is why there is an increase of 33.86%. For community activities, we see increase of 17.81%, which is due to the payroll allocation, which used to be in city manager's office. Now we've moved to community activities, which is why there is an increase. For successor agencies, we budgeted legal costs last year, which we have taken out of this department, which is why there is a decrease in successor agency. And then for non-departmental, we have basically moved the allocation to different departments, like to finance, public information, and engagement and emergency preparedness, which is why you see a decrease of 10.95%. And these two new departments, emergency preparedness and response, and public information and engagements, there is a 100% increase because these are the two brand new departments where we have moved the payroll charges from other department, and the expenditures, we've allocated them based on the need. The transfers out are less, 37.95. It is due to the delayed CIP, which we were planning to bring during mid-year, which is why there is an increase in transfers out.
You know, I just want to jump in real quick. This slide represents a lot of the kind of restructuring of the finance system to reflect what's actually happening, I think. And so we can track real costs. So when we talk about creating an emergency preparedness response department or public information, all those costs were just buried throughout the city. And it was really hard to track what we were spending on these elements. So this way we're going to be able to track what we're spending on emergency preparedness, make sure we're budgeting appropriately. Same on public information engagement. So we're not just pulling money from other departments and not really understanding the true cost of that. So this reflects that work over this past year that Prapti and her team have done to try to clean this up, to really track this. So hopefully it's a little bit more transparent as we move forward, as we budget this. So as we go through the next few years, you'll see this, you'll see some trends in terms of how we budget these items.
Okay, next we will talk about general fund expenditure by type. The personal cost includes salary and wages and benefits, which has an increase of 12.58%, which is due to the COLA increase that we're expecting for 26, and also 15% increase in employer cost for health contribution. The UAL is up 8.97%. This is based on the value because our return was less than the discount rate. So we are seeing that 168,000 increase. The professional services is down by 31.97%, and it is, so I have a list here. It is due to, in city clerk department, we do not have the election cost this year, which was $102,000. For city managers, we will not have 30%, sorry, not 30%, 30,000 for labor negotiation because we're done for this year, and also 35,000 for grant writing services. For finance, the citywide fee study for 75,000 is not budgeted in fiscal year 26. For police, we're holding on budgeting one vacant position for CSO, which was budgeted under professional services last fiscal year, which totals to 165,000, which is why we see that decrease. Under planning, 400,000 for general plan study, which is budgeted in fiscal year 25, and we have not budgeted that in fiscal year 26. So there's that. For successor agency, we took out the legal service budget of 70,000, which is removed. So because of all these changes, the professional services is down by 31.97%, but we will talk more in detail as we talk about the departments. For the operating cost, we see increase in operating cost across all departments. Some departments have like slight decrease in operating costs due to funds being allocated to new departments, but overall, we do see the operating costs going up. The transfer out again is decreased due to the delayed CIP that we are planning to bring in mid-year. You want me to? Okay. Okay. So this is the general overview for the general fund for fiscal year 25-26. We are anticipating the revenue of 28.9 million and expenditure of 28.7 million, which brings the surplus of 152. Since there are many unknown pieces right now, we still don't know the cost of workers' comp and insurance. This surplus number might go up or down because there's still so many unknowns at this point. Hopefully by June, when we bring the budget for the adoption, we have all those numbers, but this is very, we're still uncertain about the surplus.
Yeah, and I think what this reflects is essentially bringing you a balanced budget. I would, for all intents and purposes, assume that deficit is a zero number. That 150 is going to be used to kind of address some of these changes as we move over the next month. We don't anticipate it swinging really far one way or the other. It's going to be small changes here or there. But the goal was to bring this in balance to you. And you're gonna see why. We've talked a lot about that, delaying some projects, reducing costs, and obviously Measure T passing helped get us to this point. This does, like I mentioned before, even though it is a balanced budget, we're still able to do things. Like we still have been creating that Parks Department and doing some of the initiatives we've talked about. And so we'll continue to talk about those and highlight those through the presentation. The next two charts are really going to set the stage for how we move forward with this budget, one-time asks, and no perspective as we address ongoing costs. So the first.
Do we want to just take
yeah.
a moment, see here if
Good
anybody
point.
has any questions, just because, and I realize, just so that we know too, that we're gonna go over each department, so please feel free if it's something that
Sure, yeah.
we respond to that.
right.
Do we have any questions on this? Yes. Councilmember
My first
Ryan.
question is just on what appears to be a balanced budget, which is great. Thank you very much. The surplus of 152, but unknowns on workman's comp and insurance. Have you then just simply taken the cost of the previous fiscal year and rolled it in? So,
We did. So we estimated the workers' comp increase of 10% in this budget. So
Okay.
it's already incorporated, and we've for the insurance, like based on the CIRA, like our representative, they told us for the insurance to estimate 20% increase on the actual cost. So we have incorporated that,
Perfect.
but it's just that we don't have the final numbers
Right.
yet, which is why we're saying, this number is not the real number as of today.
great, and thank you. Thank you for that
And the
approach.
employee negotiation contract, that's built in this as well, so this
Right.
reflects that as well, so anything moving forward.
Right.
Any other questions? I have a quick question on the non-departmental section. Are there gonna be more, are we done with kind of transfers or cleanup? I think we're not done with
No.
cleanup, but so we're gonna see more of that in the next year's budget.
So the plan is, we're gonna move forward with the non-departmental budget for this fiscal year 26, but during the year, I'm planning to clean that up, we're planning to clean that up, so for next fiscal year, which is fiscal 27, we will not have that budget, like that
And we'll
department.
still see those transfers, and then the year after
Right.
that, everything will be clean. So it's
Yes,
over
that's
this,
correct.
that's the timeline for that. And then the other thing I wanted to just mention is when we're talking about PERS, and we talk about the investment returns it's PERS investment returns,
Right.
just so that you understand that. It is ours, because our retirement employees are invested there, but it's actually PERS management, so, and it looks like we'll be under just a little bit again too, so. So we have someone who would like to ask a quick question from the public. I think we could go ahead and do that, yes.
Oh, thank you. I refer you back to page 24. I'm looking at EMS 3.5 hundred. I think that's wonderful, but is that a shared revenue because it's part of a district, or it's just Sonoma?
So the city owns the ambulance service, and we contract with Sonoma Valley Fire to operate the ambulance for us. So any revenue generated from that service is the city's revenue that we use to help offset costs.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
My question is, sales and use taxes right now and on the general fund income by source. Right
What
now
page
is in
what
the
page are you on?
24.
Yeah, page 24.
Thank you.
Slide 24? Yes, slide 24. Then the first item, sales and use taxes. My question is it including out in the measure T and the previous in the measure V?
Yes, and also, general sales tax, Measure V, Measure T, and public safety, so we combined all of those.
How about in the counties and measure M or?
No, that's,
Okay.
this is just for the city's portion.
Okay. In this way, our sales tax right now is our largest,
Right.
All right, yeah, thank you.
It is
And
good.
also, I would like to, I forgot, I want to disclose my membership, board membership, SOS. I'm the board member and of the SOS because today we have the two public comments. I'm required by the state to disclose my membership with the SOS. According to they reviewed my case, I'm allowed to discuss and made a decision on any related with the SOS, although I'm the city council member. Thank you.
I do want to touch on one thing that Councilmember Dean brought up, the sales tax item here. In previous presentations in past years, it has been divided by Measure V, so it was spread throughout here. We wanted to show it differently this year because it showed the true impact of sales tax, because the volatility of sales tax this year and having it go down. We wanted to represent what that means to us as a city, that it is the largest piece of our revenue. That's why it's shown this way. And I'm proposing that we show it that way moving forward, because essentially they've taken all of our sales tax and combined them into one. So that's.
But that information is available broken out.
We can break it down
Yes,
as needed, but this is, I wanted to make sure.
Great. All right. Yep.
Good. Okay. Okay, so we talked about the balanced budget, and so I think the next important thing for us is to look at how sustainable are we moving forward as an organization. This is, I think, from my perspective, one of the most important slides. We've shown this slide in the past, and it's we've shown deficits in the past. Last year we showed you it was a $2.1 million deficit when we passed the budget. And we told you we needed to do a few things. We need to look at our internal costs, reduce costs where we can. We needed to look at revenue sources where we can identify those. We need to pass the local sales tax measure to bring in a balanced budget. And over the past years, we've done those things, and we're bringing back that balanced budget based on that effort. That 0.8 million is the number that was reported to City Council during mid-year by Prapti. That was because when we closed the books from last year, we had turned back money that wasn't spent. That money was put back into the reserves, which brought that deficit from 2.1 million to 0.8 million. So we started with a $0.8 million deficit, and then as we move forward, we're showing that we're in the black, but as you can see, it's very tenuous, right? This is any adjustment. If tourism starts to ramp up more than we expected, that gap could widen pretty substantially. If expenses increase, contracts go up, other things like that, that deficit will increase dramatically, and we'll be back into deficit spending. So this is we're walking a fine line on this budget, but we are showing that we can balance it. It will take work to manage that and maintain it. And there are a lot of uncertainties over the years in terms of how much is spent in contracts, and can we bring that money back and start to see that revenue go back into the general fund, and then also just maintain our costs and hopefully increase tourism, increase revenue, increase economic development within our city to widen that gap and provide more services. So that's what we're seeing moving forward, and obviously this is going to be a moving target. We'll be bringing this back mid-year and showing you where we actually landed on that 0.8 and then where we're projecting moving forward. The next slide is another really important slide, is our reserves. We've talked about this quite a bit over the past couple of years. The city had a reserve level of 16.1 back in 23-24. That consists of three parts, and we've talked about these three parts. The operating reserve, which is 17% of our budget, plus a 1.5 emergency reserve. Those are held and we're not spending that money. Anything above that is considered undesignated or it's unreserved, so it's available to be spent, but it also is available in emergency if we were to have an emergency. This year's a little different because of what's going on at the federal level and the discussions at FEMA and the availability of funds during emergencies. The recommendation at this point is to preserve as much reserve as we can as we move forward and not to bring that down very rapidly. So part of showing this is to make sure that we're keeping an eye on the reserve levels each year as we get updated numbers, so that if we see a trend of that dropping too quickly, we can react and find a way to adjust that. The reason from going from 16.1 to 15.4 is that assuming we're going to have a $0.8 million deficit, so that's what we have to show that we're using 0.8 out of our reserves. If when we close the books mid-year, it may not be a full 0.8, and so that reserve may bump up a little bit more. We don't know until mid-year. If we, as we move forward in the next year, we're seeing about a $15.5 million reserve level as we move into the year. And that's a fairly conservative number based on the fact that, again, most budgets, we don't spend everything in the budget, so there will be some turn back as we move forward. And this number, this 15.5, is really the basis for the conversation. The next one-time spending. So when we talk about one-time, as budget process works, we have ongoing expenses, which if you agree to an ongoing expenses such as a position, a program that's ongoing, you're committing to that ongoing. That's showing up in the 5-year forecast. If we're talking about one-time expenses, as you'll see in this list, that would come out of this bucket and not touch that 5-year forecast. So that's how we're separating these to make sure it's very transparent on where the money's coming from and the effects of the budget and how we're moving forward and going into the future years. So maybe we could stop there on those two slides if there's any questions there before we go into the discussion of one time.
Any questions on these slides or comments?
Well, you mentioned funds that are turned back at the end of the fiscal year. Do we have the opportunity to see funds turned back from our contract relationships?
We're working on that. So I know the Sheriff's Department, we work with their finance department every year, and we are essentially coming in under budget. And so those funds, our contract amount is less. So when we do the turn back, that's accounted for in how much money comes back to the general fund, because everything to pay that contract comes straight out of the general fund.
Right.
We're working with the fire district right now to identify what that looks like at the end of the year, so we can identify if there's turn back, how does that affect our contract amount? And so we'll be setting up a meeting to discuss that before next budget.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's not a question, but it's a comment. I just want to express my appreciation for narrowing our deficit so significantly from what was projected originally. That made me feel very nervous. So I recognize it's been a lot of work, and I just want to say thank you for bringing it down so significantly. It's very gratifying and comforting to know that we are in good hands. So thank you.
And again, that big piece of this was the plan that was laid out by council, of the community stepping up and supporting Measure T, and a lot of changes that have happened over the years. So I appreciate everyone's work on that to get to this point.
So, and I have one comment, is in regards to, I just want to make sure when people look at these reserve projections, kind of some of the reality, especially when you look at the 1.5 million emergency reserves. In past times, if there was emergency in, our county, the city of Sonoma, and the state, you could count on federal funding coming through to kind of, to provide assistance, a significant amount of assistance in case of emergencies. We're currently seeing, especially even in Missouri, with the tornadoes, that FEMA is not, for many of the situations that happened months ago, FEMA is still not coming and bringing the services they need. And even though with the new tornadoes, there's commitment that FEMA will come in and there will be federal funding coming in to support, it's not showing up yet. So I think it's really good for us to watch that situation and see what happens there. And then we can say whether or not, because when I look at that emergency reserve, when I asked about that years and years ago when we first came, it was that, well, we're going to get other money if emergency happens. But at this point, I don't think we know. So I look at this and I don't look at this and say, oh, we have 9.24 million in above what is required, what kind of the formula says we should have. So I just want us to be thinking conservatively about that's 9.24 million or the 9.13 for the next year. It's not like a slush fund that we can just go in and go to the bank and use our ATM card to get whatever we want. So, any other comments, questions?
My question regarding 2023, on the same page, this one. That is, I think that the time is a little bit delayed. 2023 to 2024, that should be audited already, right? Why they delayed, still showing unaudited?
So we are currently working on 21-22 audit, which is we will be closing in June, hopefully by end of the June. We are behind on audit. So the next audit we will work on is 22-23. So
Okay.
We're late on, behind on audit.
Thank you.
And just to comment, when Prapti started here, And when
Last
David
year.
started here, we were 3 years behind on audit.
So
So
we're
just so
trying to
people
catch
know
up,
that
like,
these
we're
guys are doing their work and not just, audit, schmodit, you know.
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, we're working to catch up, and it is very a linear process. You have to
Right.
finish one before you can start the next because it's based
Yeah.
on each other. So it's we're gonna get there.
Oh, that's some notes.
As
Alright.
to the required amount
sure.
percentage for the reserve of the fund, I remember last time we were in Sacramento getting a training class for the Cal Cities League. They have some, suggestion percentage or, right? If any, difference comparison, because we're in a small town, we heavily rely on the sales tax and the TOT and also that is the property tax. So if any comparison, with our similar cities, for example, for Hillsburg and Sebastopol, what kind of the reserve that they have, what is they focus on?
I think you can read the paper.
Yeah, right now it's a little all over the board. Obviously, the blue up there, 17% is law, so that's
Okay.
set. But anything beyond that is very it's policy driven based on the community. Right now, I think you saw in the paper today. I think it was Hillsborough or Windsor. Is their deficit spending and driving their reserves down quickly. So that's that 5-year forecast using reserves to support that. That's obviously what you want to stay away from. So I think every community is a little bit different in their comfort level. Right now, I think as we're hearing the uncertainty of the federal funds makes me want to protect that as much as possible. Coming up with a regular, let's say 25%. I think at this point we need to protect that. I can't throw a number on it right now, but I would just say let's be conservative and see how this next year goes, and then we can determine how to spend it. But that's a good conversation to have as a group. Do we want to set a level? Do we want to set what's a more comfortable level that we internally keep, so that you can have one-time conversations and not feel like you're dipping too far into your reserves?
I really appreciate that is the fiscal conservative and the planning is very important for us. And I remember even after the pandemic, our reserve the fund are not decreased, instead of increased by $3 million up to the $11 million. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're going to get into the section called budget modifications. Essentially, this is a part of the budget where we have some discretionary conversations, and I want to get feedback from the council and give some information about how we're balancing this budget. First off, we are talking about delaying a couple CIP projects. We will review these at mid-year as revenue comes in. We do have a matching grant for a trash collection. It's a regional grant that we received for a trash capture program. That $120,000 is our matching portion. We feel like we can delay that and not sacrifice the grant or delay anything too dramatically, so we're proposing to put that on hold. We do have $60,000 currently in the budget that we're proposing to put on hold for the emergency design of power design. Part of that is that we're in the process right now. We just completed the survey of the plaza. We're looking at irrigation improvements. And then the next thing we need to do is look at overall plaza electrical upgrades that are needed. As part of that, we would factor in what do we need for emergency backup power. We do feel like we're prepared in an emergency. We have this facility that has backup power, and Fire Station 1 has backup power. So we do have sites in town that we can use as needed. City Hall isn't the priority at this point for that. We do have some funds in there for our match for our Go Sonoma project. So we're working through the design, and making sure that everyone's on board with the projects that are there before we spend that fund. So we're proposing to address that as we move through the year and bring that back to you as we see revenue numbers come in. And then the storm drain condition rating. Currently, we are funding this little by little. So we have about $50,000, I believe, in that account now. We feel like we need about $150,000 to go through start that program. We're hoping to start that hopefully at the beginning of next year. So we'll come back in January to see if it's appropriate to start that program based on the revenues we see come in. So That will be delayed slightly, but we still feel like we're on track to accomplish that. So that helps this kind of get us through the next 6 months to kind of see what's going on.
Question?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
On the trash capture, how long is that grant good for?
It's
a while.
It's a number, yeah, it's
We have ample time.
Oh, what's ample? Just,
5-6 years.
oh, okay.
Yeah, we have ample time.
And it's not a federal grant?
I could check on
It's,
that.
I think it's a state capture, it's a state requirement for trash capture. So I believe it's state funding that we get.
Okay.
Yeah, but we do have ample time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a question?
Well, I was just following back up. I'm curious, that intersection is very little city property. Why isn't it the full responsibility of the county and Caltrans to address the highway and county trash capture?
David, I can answer that. Okay, we are taking a second look at, very preliminary studies have been done for the location of that trash capture facility, which is fairly big. I'm not crazy about that intersection because it's on state right of way, and the state does not want to partner with us, even though it's going to capture trash out of their right of way. It's a strategic location. There's another strategic location that we're looking at, which is at Austin and Second. And that, to me, we're very preliminary in locating that to the extent that we haven't even looked at the utilities there. And I know there's a big gas line there, and it's on state right of way. So we're still evaluating, and we have not done any real research into the location. It was a theoretical location that was designated along with 2 or 3 others. And so we will be taking a second look at that, confirming it's the best for bang for our buck. And honestly, I want to reflect as much of the city's and capture as much of the city's trash as I can. State right of way is good too, but Caltrans can, and in their eyes, it's a very low payback area because they have a lot of real critical ones. So on their relative scale, it's low, and so it's not attractive to them necessarily.
Thank you for that clarity.
You got it.
So one other quick question on this is, have you looked at all of these in regards to the potential increase in inflation and cost of materials? Like, are any of these ones that it would be better to do it earlier versus later because the potential increased price?
Yeah, and I'll let Mike jump in on this as well, but I think these projects here, I feel like one is, we're just not in a place where we
We're
can
ready.
speed it up anyway. But a lot of the projects that stayed in the CIP fall into that category where we want to make sure we stay on track with the cost of implementing those projects. But
Yeah, and it's always great to be out front and going as aggressively forward as we can. However, if you look at what we've done, we're doing that. And so we're trying to stay up and push it as best we can, but we're staying busy. And yeah, these things are expensive, and inflation typically doesn't go down, but kind of all in due time. And that one, we're basically just hedging and making sure that we're staying in compliance with the grant. We have a lot of design work to do on that, and we're staying ahead of the grant, but we're not trying to necessarily push that forward in a queue. Yeah.
And I think during the CIP presentation, maybe we'll get to some of that as well, go through each project and understand what we're doing now and kind of how that fits, so it might help.
And we are also investing in a way too with funds, so that we're trying to make sure we're making some money too while funds are not being allocated, right?
Yeah, and building the bank in those expensive projects. That's the goal with this money, is to keep investing in the account and building up the reserve for this project. Because we don't have, that's what that money's designated for, is basically building up our bank account for that project.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, and so
I'm sorry, that is the Go Sonoma project. I'm sorry, I never know this. Can you explain?
yeah, sure. That's Mike explain, but it is bike and pedestrian improvements projects throughout. So one of those is
Bike and ped safety. This is the Safe Routes to School path at Sasserini School, the Studley, Fifth Street upgrades, and almost all locations of the bike trail crossing through town, from 4th Street to all the way to Highway 12, out Verano, and Highway 12. So the upgrades for all that, and then 7th Street and Spade Street also upgraded, and there's probably a couple more locations on there.
Thank you so much.
So of all these, that's one that's probably the most we're pushing forward, and just making sure the
That's great.
design's moving forward, but this funding can be delayed.
Thank you.
Okay, so we did receive a number of one-time requests. You've heard some from the public this morning. There's a total of little over about $667,000 of one-time requests. And before we go through that, just to put that in perspective, as we go back to this slide, so assuming there's a 15.5, that would, if council moves forward with doing some one-time requests, what would come to you in the budget next month would be showing that reserve would be down by 0.6, so it'd be 14.9 million total. So that's the impact that we're talking about as we go through this, just so put it in perspective. We did receive a request from Splash, and you heard that this morning for one time $50,000 increase. We currently fund Splash $25,000 a year. That stays in place, so this would be in addition to that. We are working with Splash and want to work with the county to have the county participate as well, rather than the city picking up this entire $50,000. It is obviously a regional resource, a resource for the valley, and really important that both the city and county support this valuable resource that you heard this morning. SOS, as you heard this morning as well, is requesting. SOS is requesting $25,000. We currently provide $50,000 per year for that service, and you heard the rationale for that this morning from SOS. HAS, we've been working with them and the county and our nonprofit providers in the region to determine how to move to the next phase with HAS and different management of that site. Currently, we provide $150,000 to HAS, and that supports the site, but it also supports funding for a caseworker. This one-time $50,000 would provide a one-time funding gap to try to get through the end of the fiscal year.
Sorry, it's my Ring Central. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Then we have a plaza security project. This is one that we are working actively to try to address, which is security for the plaza for events, large events. Right now, we are using temporary security measures to prevent vehicles from entering a space where there's large groups around, but we want to have something more permanent, something more in place. And so this is one that we feel is very important to move forward on. It's going to take some time. We're going to have to go through a process of design. What does it look like? How does it fit with the plaza? Get input on that, go through the bid process. Construction will take some work. We'll have to time the construction to make sure it works with all the events going on. But that's a fairly critical project based on the amount of use the plaza gets. The Sonoma County Parks Foundation, this is the skate park. They requested $50,000. They're in the process of redoing that entire skate park. They want to make it a regional, statewide draw for people to come to and really raise the profile of that skate park. They have plans for that moving forward. It's on their website. They're looking for support from cities and counties and nonprofit groups to help make that happen. The city was heavily involved in creating that skate park back in I don't know what year it was.
I blocked it from my memory.
You blocked it back in the day. Okay. So we do have some history there, and again, it's a regional resource that both the city and the valley obviously utilize. Same with Maxwell Farms, the tennis court resurfacing. That was a request that came in as well to help with that. Again, a regional resource on the table. One of the things that came up during the goal setting was to identify ways to leverage city resources to generate revenue to help offset cost. So one site that we do have is a cottage, the Masonovi Cottage, that's currently boarded up over there by Depot Park. is to look at that site and determine how can that be rehabilitated, used, and put into function to generate revenue to help offset these costs. And so we put some funds in here to look at that and bring that to the top and really focus on that. Again, as we bring a parks director in, that would hand that off to the parks director and let them run with that and see what they can do with it. That's what that item's for. And then we also, the last one is a match with Sonoma County Transit. We've been working with them to upgrade electrical at our courtyard. And that's primarily to allow charging for the new electric bus the county is running on our, I think it's Route 32. So they want to charge it here rather than having to drive that back to Santa Rosa every night. The good thing about that is that we do improvements to the yard, which then we could then leverage and use for our own electric vehicles. We wouldn't have to pay for those electrical upgrades ourselves. Part of this match is also because we're splitting the cost of the gate. It has to be an automatic gate, a better secure gate that both they can access and we can access. And so we'll be getting essentially a new gate and electrical upgrades for the yard with this match. So we're recommending, to your point earlier, if we spend this money now, I think we get a bigger return going forward to try to address some of the support our move to EV and take on other programs or other vehicles. So that's the list that we have for one time that we pulled out to just talk about and then provide some transparency on rather than bury that in the budget. But we want to get feedback from the council on is there anything here that you want us to change? Do you want me to move forward with this and bring this to you in June so you can act on this, or any other feedback helpful for us at this point?
Any questions? Yes. Councilwoman.
Just a couple things occur to me when I look at this list. Some of these things truly are one time.
Yeah.
Some of these things really are supporting ongoing costs. And I think it's very important to note that, because once we get in the business of supporting things that are really on helping them meet their mark ongoing, we're going to have to build that into the budget every year, as opposed to things that truly are one time that we can pay for and they're not going to be ongoing. So that's one thing. The other thing, some of these things are other organizations, the county, philanthropy, whatever, help pay for some of this. They have ability to fundraise. I don't really think anyone's going to fundraise to upgrade the electrical security at the courtyard. But, so some of these things I think are in our court and we have to deal with them. And some of them we're going to have to, are important and I want to see them supported, but we're not the only game in town. I also, I just think in terms of, I always go back to when we polled the community in terms of their priorities. I think the security of our citizens always come first. I've said that many times. So anything that has to do with security, and I see that as one time, and no one's going to do a bake sale for that. I mean, that's on us, and we have to do it. And security is important, and all you have to do is read what happened last night in Washington, D.C., and see really how dangerous it can be for people. And I think that it really rises to an important level for me as far as this list is concerned. I want to point out that I think some of these monies, even though they really are for ongoing programs, they could help that organization get to a point where they meet a goal that then gets them money. So I think that's a good thing, and I think HAS sort of falls into that bucket for me. And then as far as anything that's going to help us bring money in, I think, obviously, we should be more we're not making enough money based on the resources we have as the city in terms of whatever rentals and weddings and, events. And I think that makes a lot of sense to me. So that's just kind of my overall 20,000 foot look at all of these programs.
Other questions or comments?
Yeah. Now, is this figure currently built into the budget as a placeholder? Okay.
No, because it would come out of the reserve
Okay.
piece, not the. And I think that there's a good point here about the ongoing. It was made very clear that I think probably the top two would fall in the category of, is this going to be a regular request that comes forward?
Right.
We don't have the bandwidth right now to add ongoing costs at these levels, so we're struggling to try to maintain a balanced budget. So the thought we're gonna have a one-time conversation now, but we do need to talk about what does that look like long-term? What's the plan for fundraising? Splash, like we talked about, we need to work with the county and bring them to the table. And spend this next year actually trying to make that happen, and working with SOS in terms of what those needs are. So.
And to make sure that I understand, Masonavi Cottage is that building behind the Masonavi House
Correct.
in
yes.
Depot Park?
Correct. The one that's,
Yeah.
I think it's boarded up. It's just
Yeah.
not used.
And I have understood that there was some interest by Rotary to actually rehab that property. And I don't know where that conversation ever landed, if at all, but I suspect that it would be worth exploring.
Other comments? Yes, Councilmember.
Just a couple things, kind of a follow-up to my fellow Councilwoman Senator Lowe is for instance, Splash. This is this an obligation that the expectation is that every year here on, we're going to give $75,000?
No.
There was a conversation with Splash that we don't have the bandwidth to do ongoing right now. So there was a request now to help get through the year, but
Sure.
to spend this year working
Sure.
with the county to try to bring them to the table.
Sure.
We're bringing 25 in.
Yeah.
And the county has, I believe, is not providing any funding, so we want to have them match us.
So it's not a guaranteed, but it could be an expectation, but it's something that we're not obligated for.
Correct. Yeah, this is one time.
And yet, this is an opportunity, as I see it, as we consider the other regional resource funding requests that the county has put forth to us, I would trust you'll use that as some level of leverage when you talk about Splash. On the Masonavi Cottage too, I think this is great. I love the fact that we're actually salvaging a thread of history in our town, which is what we are known for. I know that there was a project historically that a group had wanted to pursue it. It got stymied in the building department and got shut down. My question is, do we not have enough talent pool within? Does this 30,000 represent a consultant? And my question is, could we not move the ball forward relative to an ad hoc committee to at least take it to some point? Or do you think we truly need to bring in a consultant to make an assessment that would allow for a wise decision on council's part to go forward?
Yeah, I think if we're truly going to look at the viability of this as an event space, for example, I would recommend that we do have somebody help us, because just resource space, it's going to get delayed. If we want to focus and have that external resource help us get this done quickly, to both look at what infrastructures are needed, ADA compliance, all that, the structural needs, the market, what it could be marketed for, what does the market out there demand, how it could be used, the space. It would be really helpful to have that analysis done and done quickly. We could do it in-house, it would take longer.
You've convinced me.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah. But I think by budgeting this, it doesn't necessarily we're going to spend it immediately, right? So I think we can still have that conversation as we move forward and say, let's pull this in-house. And the new parks director may have skill sets that could take on most of that.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Ding?
Oh, yes. As to the SOS $25,000, here I would like to explain a little bit because I have both the board. And recently SOS and each year's revenue is $1.1 million or $1.2 million. And basically they come from the grants, and the majority of the revenue come from our local people's donation, individual. So that is awesome. So basically the SOS has been served out in the local and the residents and already more than 20 years. And then not only out in the city limits, we serve and Great Valley area. So now, what we can do, this is a $25,000 for out in the city. I think it's significant, but it's the meaning, it's beyond, it's the money. So that encourage another donors, they can contribute. So that is the very, very appreciated, and also all the board member, and very much, valued this kind of support. And that is my, explanation. I hopefully, just like Councilmember Lowe said, if it's possible, we can, put this kind of, and one time into the January and ongoing and the planning, long-term planning increase a little bit, because based on our financials and percentage, we supported to the and it's a very, very low, and but depends on our needs. I support, but some cities, for example, the Santa Rosas, they have the certain percentage for the general budget for the homeless needs. Although right now they are running for the deficit, but they still keep and homeless needs as unchanged item for the budget. This is just for the reference. Thank you so much.
So just a few quick comments. This is approximately 4% of the total reserve, and if you look at it as part of that 9 point, it's about 13% of that 9 million. That's in excess of the, what we want to have for emergency and what's required by law, just so that we know kind of what it is as a percentage of the reserve. But so I think that there's this need for this balance. I think when we look at the issues in regards to homelessness and food insecurity, I think that by supporting them, if this is a one-time gap, because it's going to be a difficult year for many, many nonprofits because of lack of federal funding, whether they're getting it or not, because then it just puts all of the other people that are granting and individuals are going to get requests from everybody. And I look at this as these are things that actually in the long run benefit us. The more that we can do to support the health of our community members, especially around issues of food insecurity and certainly those that are unhoused. When we disregard that, then what you have is higher rates of crime, higher rates of other issues that cost money as well too, and are destructive to kind of the fabric of the community. So I think that those are have long-term benefits, and I agree that we shouldn't be looking at this every year. However, we're working with the county, other organizations to make sure that they have a good funding base going forward. I just think this next year is going to be very difficult, and I agree with that also for me, the skate park and Splash. I think that I talk to young teenagers all the time, and the thing that they tell me often is that they have nothing to do. So it's like there's nothing to do in Sonoma. How do we get out of Sonoma and go someplace else? So I think that those also, once again, contribute to the long-term health and reduce other incidents that could cost money, whether it's, kids going out and doing things that are mischievous anyway, but just providing that healthy community environment, and certainly support all of the ones that, that are the safety ones. I think the Plaza Security Project we have to do that. I don't think we have any choice in the other events that we have on the Plaza. And certainly the electrical security cord, that long-term built us up moving towards being able to have more EVs. So those are my comments. Yes.
I'd like to just share one more comment regarding the second and third request, and that is sitting on the homeless board, I've gained a perspective county-wide. And as far as I know, of the 9 municipalities, and I'm not 100% sure about Cotati, we are the only municipality that does not have a service body within our city limits. And to that extent, I do believe that we do have an obligation to support and make our contribution. And so and when we look at the next level of trying to do something more permanent, like some sort of permanent supportive housing within our city limits, you're talking 10, 15 million dollars. So and it also aligns with our goal of unification of the spring. So I really do think that even though there has been some additional ads, that we are still in a very not enviable position, but we're in a position where we can make a contribution to our neighbors and do it in a way that at least makes us feel like we're part of the game, part of the solution. So that's my 2 cents on those 2 items.
Yes.
On the tennis thing, is this about pickleball at all? I mean, I got some
On
questions
which one,
about that.
sorry?
Huh?
On which item?
On the tennis
Resurfacing.
Oh, is it pickleball? That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah.
Because I did hear something about that earlier on. And is the county doing anything with regards to this park? Is it their park?
Yes, and I think Lisa's not here too, unfortunately. I can get more information on the funding breakdown on Maxwell.
Yeah,
She's
it's,
been
you know,
working
we've
with
got
them.
the skate park and the tennis court on it's not our park, across the street from what's going to be a big moneymaker for the county. They're putting in a hotel.
Yeah.
And and housing, all good. But it seems to me that we're not getting our fair share from the county, and maybe ongoing, especially as that park is going to be right near a project that's going to bring in a lot of revenue for the county, that they should, they should be looking at it as part of and often, and we know this from the park on 5th Street West, you're waiting when I was going to bring this up, so here we go. That the housing.
I have a timer here.
Did you really?
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
good. Did anyone have the over/under on this one? So that, but we know that we get some sort of revenue from the housing that was built across the street from there in terms of participating in the neighborhood. And so it would seem like the county would also get a similar, consideration for the housing and the hotel they're building right across the street from these things that they're asking us to support. I clearly love these things. I want to support them, but I just want to know what they're doing. When they're building these, projects that are going to bring in huge revenues to the county, why are they not, asking their vendors to, this would be nothing for some of their vendors to kick in for that. And those folks are going to be using those tennis courts or pickleball courts or whatever, and maybe even the skate park. So anyway, I just think we should be a little bit more aggressive in terms of asking for the county support on things like this.
Yes, counties and a budget is 10 times of the our smaller city. They have $2 billion general fund. Makes sense, we get it together to do something good, because again, we serve them not only in our residents within the city limits, we serve them much in a bigger area.
Maybe they'd like to give us the TOT from that hotel, in which case
Yeah,
I'm
that is-
thumbs up.
We're just annexing.
Moving on, yes.
Yeah,
Few more comments on
Okay,
this.
so
Annexation.
in listening to everybody on all of these items, it sounds like, there's a general consensus that we'd like to be able to support all these things, but we have questions about some of them. Sense to go ahead, and if there's agreement to incorporate this into the budget from the reserves, with the expectation that each item will come before us before final approval of funding them, even though the money's been set aside. And we can do it on a case-by-case basis, because it sounds like people have a lot of questions about certain ones of these.
Well, we definitely can. I think it would help to know if there's certain ones that we want to do that with, because some of these, like SOS, Splash, HS, a lot of those will be they'll be in the budget, so then they can get invoices and we can pay them. We can kind of
Right,
move pretty quickly. Obviously, the Plaza Security project, that will come, that's a long project that will come before you multiple times. But things like the skate park and the resurfacing, those are two that we can definitely identify and say, we need to come back to you with, here's the funding plan, here's the ask, here's how our funding would be matched and before we give that money out.
And what exactly
so
the project is.
So if I can have a little bit of direction on, we could focus on those, it sounds like the ones at the Maxwell are a question which we definitely need to get answers on. I don't have that for you today.
So I would propose that we approve all but those two to come back with us with a funding.
Funding plan. And kind of how it's being put together.
And those two being, just so that we're clear, the tennis pickleball and the skateboard.
Are there others that you want more?
Well, those seem to be the two, yeah.
Okay.
But the rest of them I would support and move forward with.
And you'll see, obviously, you'll see the electrical one probably come back as a contract. You'll see the plaza come back as a contract. The others you probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
And we'll give an update on Public Works Electrical this afternoon in CRP.
Great.
So you'll know more about it.
Thank you. Okay.
Great,
Moving
that's
on.
great, thank you.
I'm gonna ask a quick question. Is everybody all right? Do you want to wait till lunch? Do you want to take a quick break?
5-minute break.
5-minute break?
5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking.
Makes sense.
Oh, I know. Well, I've seen the need. I mean, I know what the. Are you still smoking? Yeah. And sitting is not good.
And the doctor just says it's not.
I'm so
But I mean, I'm getting along pretty good. I'm meeting with the surgeon on Friday to get clarification, see if I can get the other news. Oh, God.
I don't know. I can actually.
Now with that slides, boy.
When we get to the budget, we're not gonna go through all that.
Yeah.
You've heard it all said it.
Did Amy Gorman
All right,
ever tell
take
you
off some.
solar? She was considering solar in one of my input, for which I have no experience, and I said, I need to get your research, so.
Well, I've worked, when we put solar on the community center, we used Solar Craft. Bob Smith was, worked for Solar Craft, and, anyway, and I've had great experience with them, so.
And that's, well,
Yes.
and I didn't know the
Yes,
details,
we're
and I
getting
didn't feel
started,
confident
yes.
enough to.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started again. So we'll start. We're gonna go ahead and get started. So we'll start back up with Recreation and Community Fund programming. This is a program that the city has in place, that, and you've seen over the multiple years, that we have a 1.5% of our general fund revenue gets put into this program. This is per our city, not code, but what city policy we have in place for this. And we have a set number of programs that we fund, kind of our core programs, and then we have undesignated funds that go to different programs. So we're going to start real quick at the top. Currently, we're funding, and the funds haven't changed from last year. We're staying flat. Last year, as you might remember, we increased a lot of these fairly substantially to address cost of inflation and things that they haven't been touched since they were put in place. So we're keeping those flat this year. The Ecology Center contract, Boys and Girls Club, the Community Center, Vintage House, Field of Dreams, and Sonoma County Transit. The Sonoma County Transit is a good example of one that we fund. That's $17,500 that we fund to provide free bus rides, which is in line with the Climate Commission's goals. So kind of brought up by the public earlier is that how do we track these things and making sure that we're funding these things? They're in here, and I think we could do a better job, I think, of highlighting where those pieces are, and we'll work on that. But that's a good example. That's the free bus rides that are provided each year. I mean, we do get those numbers from Sonoma County Transit about their ridership, and it's very helpful to have that, so we can share that as well. The big discussion here, and what we've done differently than we started last year, was there used to be a discretionary funding element to this and remaining funds that weren't spent in the top section, and there was really no way to make sure that that went to places in an equitable way, in a fair way throughout the community. So last year we tried a new approach, which was put an application process out. And it was the first year, and we had a really good response. We funded a number of programs, pretty wide-ranging programs to the community, not just in the city, but through the entire valley. This year we did that again. We started earlier this year, so we actually got the applications out before the budget process, reviewed those, staff went through, evaluated them, and we were, again, these are for programs that wanted to benefit the Sonoma Valley in three categories: free community events or services, services or financial assistance that benefit residents or people in the valley, or educational services and supplies to benefit schools and that the Sonoma Valley serves. We have a maximum of $3,000 per request. We had 27 people request this year. We had a total value of $77,000 requested. We did pull two out that didn't comply. One was because they already received funding for us with the same program, and one of the ones I mentioned above. And two, one of them was a project that is being done by Public Works already, so we're funding it through the Public Works Department rather than through this program. So two projects were pulled out. So the 25 here that I'm going to show you are valued at $71,000. If we go back to the slide, we have $80,000 to provide to the community. So that leaves us with $9,000 that we can have through the year. If something comes up that we're not anticipating, we can bring to the council and say, here's a program that we might want to fund. So again, great response. We broke it into various categories. Recreation, we have the Hannah Center for scholarships, the soccer league for summer camps, youth lacrosse for equipment. Don't know how much you need to go through each one of these, but our art education, we have Art Escape, Arts Live, some Arts Live, the Sonoma Conservatory of Dance, Hometown Band, the Sonoma Valley Museum of Art, Sweetwater Spectrum. And if you look at the programs that they're funding very specific targeted programs that focus on kids are basically the alignment of this grant requirement. We have a number of community events that requested funds this year. Cancer Support, Jack London, Lulu's, Playgrounds, Just Play Productions, Project Graduation, Sonoma Immigrant Services, Sebastiani Theater, Sonoma Parks Association, Valley Hospital, Valley Moon Festival, Wake Up Sonoma. So really for a wide variety of programs and community events. And then on the service projects, we have Fish that help. They do it's very specific to utility subsidies, so they're some of our those that are in need in our valley. That utility subsidy is a really critical piece that helps do that next month and not default on those utilities and get further behind. So they're one of the only people that I know of in the valley that do that, and it's a really good resource for the entire valley. Lifelines, the Mentoring Alliance. And you can see, for example, Mentoring Alliance, they only asked for 1950, so they didn't even ask for the full 3,000 because that's what they needed for that specific program. So people really did fine-tune their numbers where they could. And I mentioned before that we did remove one because we removed these two. I've gone through that already, and we'll be working with those two groups separately. So I guess I just wanted to put that out there. Like we did last year, we wanted to share this with you at this point in the budget process so you can see what we received. Again, we've vetted these, they all comply. We have the funds to fund them. If you're okay with this list, we'll bring forward a resolution during the budget that lists each one of these and their allocation so that we can then fund them and get them funded through the year as a program. So I'm happy to take the feedback on this one.
Questions? Yes.
No, it's not a question.
Oh,
I support
this is not
that.
a question, you're right, it's
Yeah.
a thumb.
Mhm.
Good. Do we have any other, we do have a question. Yes.
Sorry.
Councilmember.
I just know from a current event standpoint that there has been a little bit of a deficit. And that has to do with the graduation program, I believe. Is this associated with grad night?
Yeah, that was, and Sarah, you have a sheet on that one?
sorry.
The Project Grad
Oh, yes,
celebration.
that is part of the grad night, that I believe will be for next year.
Oh, for next year. So it's not for this year.
This program is for FY 25-26, so they may be backfilling, I don't know, how their costs work and how they get charged for things. But it is technically for July 1st since you won't be approving the budget.
Thank you. I know that there was a public notice about a significant funding shortage for this year.
Yeah.
And it didn't sound like it was totally threatening the grad night, but at the same time, it just seems like that is something that the city would be worthwhile investing into because of what I would perceive as kind of a safety issue. So that's why I bring it up.
Cash flow on that, if it is truly for this year, that's the request, we could kind of look at them and maybe it's backfilling, as Sarah mentioned.
Okay.
We do have, for each one of these, if interested, we do have a full, like what the project is, what their total program cost is. So we have a lot of information from each of these applicants. So we've really, so we could provide any backup as needed if there's a request.
And I'll just make one other comment. I think this is an excellent way that you started last year, and it's evident this year about a very efficient way of announcements saying there are some limited funding available. This is the process, and I think again the results here speaks in a very positive way. And so thank you again for having the insight to make the process, I think, efficient, easy, and also responsive.
Thank you. And I do want to credit Lisa and Sarah who carried the load on this and created that program. And actually, I think this year learned from last year a lot in terms of how to be more efficient with it. And so the forums have created and made it a lot more efficient for the people applying, I think, this year. So if you've heard any feedback, we'd like to hear it. But I think it was easier this year than in the past.
Well, I'll be more direct. Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, don't make me.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, this is great. Love it.
It's great, and the diversity is really, represents the diversity in our community.
Yeah, and
so
it's
really great.
accountability as well. I mean, which I like, it's not just like, here's some,
Whatever shows up.
it's like, here's some accountability.
And then, obviously, we'll put this out there so everyone, the public knows that this is the city supporting all these events too, which I think is important.
Yeah, good PR.
Yeah, I wrote a thing for the Sonoma magazine last year and sort of highlighted some of these things and got a great response to that. So yeah, anything we can do to sort of publicize it, I think is great.
Good. Okay, great. And so I want to move on to homeless funding. We've talked about this a little bit already. I just wanted to keep this section in the budget process. There's not a specific ask here, but it's just a recap of what the city is funding for homeless. There has been some changes from last year. So we fund homeless in a variety of ways through the day services. So there's $50,000 that go to just the operation of the home and safe village. There's case management. That's the caseworkers that are critical for the by names list work and getting working with our homeless population. There's $100,000 that goes to HOS for that. SOS is funded $50,000. By names list program. So you may remember last year we got a grant from the county. We used those grant funds, partnered with Petaluma, shared a position, and it was this very convoluted way of getting that working and going. We tried to streamline that and then run it straight through the county. And then this year, the county's agreed to just fund it directly to them and not involve us, because we were basically giving the money back, and a lot of paperwork for. So I think we're on a better path. This will this function will still happen. We won't be receiving the money or spending the money on it, just so everyone's aware. That's the difference. The proposed for this budget that's baked into this budget right now is that continued funding for SOS, HAS, working with by names list group, making sure that everyone that we're funding is participating in that process. And then we do have those one-time funds that we were just talked about. And then the last item there, the contractual change, is really that Sonoma County is going to be contracted with Home First, not us, and that'll continue. So this is a summary, and I did include those one-time requests just with an asterisk, not knowing where you would land on that, but just to show you the total impact of homeless services, so that it has increased by $75,000 from last year. So the city currently is funding $275,000 for these services. So no real action on this, is more of just a FYI unless there's questions.
Any questions? I think we're good.
Short item on personnel, just to kind of remind us, this is a very small graph, sorry, a small chart. We do have some vacancies. You heard about this last night in our presentation. But we are some reorg. You can see there the Parks Director position. I'm actually showing it's filled, but
Oh, sorry.
that's okay. No, it's okay. It's close. I did get a short list of applicants yesterday, I think it was, and again, we've got some really great applicants, and they'll be doing initial interviews next week, and then final interviews. I'm hoping to have the second week in June. So we're trying to move on that one pretty quickly. The change in personnel really hasn't changed. We've had one additional position, and that is the Parks Director. That's the only difference between the 45.5 and the 46.5. So we've stayed flat, essentially flat with our positions, except the one you've added mid-year. And now we get into the meat. So we're about 11:15. I think lunches, we plan on having that at noon. We can go ahead and get started, get a couple in if that's of interest to the council, then we can take a break, grab some food, and then continue on. There's a lot of information here. What we've done for most departments is to show some accomplishments and goals, and then a slide that actually, the budget slide that has the numbers. What I'm recommending, and I'm open to feedback on this, is that we really just focus on the budget table for each department, and not go through all the accomplishments and goals verbatim because you've seen that and heard a lot of that through the goal setting process and others. It's here. It's actually going to be expanded in the budget book. When you get the budget book, it will have all the goals for each department plus all the accomplishments. But I'd be happy to touch on any of them. A lot of the departments are here and can touch on them as well. But I wanted to put that out there that we'll kind of move through it fairly quickly and talk about things that have changed in the budget and priorities with the budget cycle. So if that's okay with the council, we'll start with City Council. I'm going to turn this over to Prapti.
Okay, so the proposed budget for City Council, the salary and wages decrease is due to the retirement of one full-time employee who was allocated here. In the past, we do not have any employees allocated to this department, which is why we're seeing the decrease in salary and wages. Same with the UAL. This is based on the PERS cost. Since no full-time employee is allocated here, there's no PERS cost this year. Professional services is up by $10,000 because we did budget for council goal setting, which we had not in the past, which is why there is an increase of 109% increase. For property services, which includes insurance, general property and liability insurance, there is an decrease of 15%. This is because we created a new department, so the allocation has changed. It's based on the salary and benefit of the position plus how much they're allocated in the GL. So because of the allocation, this has changed, which is why we see a decrease, which means in this department there is a decrease, but it's increase in the other department. The next is operation. The increase in operations is mainly due to the increase in training and travel cost. Supplies remain flat. Software and equipment, we have not budgeted anything this year because for fiscal year 25, the meeting room update was budgeted in this department, but since we've completed that, there is nothing we've budgeted for fiscal year 26, which is why there is a 100% decrease. Internal services and capital project, this is the internal service fund budgeted, and the increase is due to the MIS cost for services and contracts and equipment replacement for this department, which has the increase of 147%.
And when you hear the word MIS, that's basically IT.
Yeah, management information system.
Yeah,
So. So, should I go ahead, or did you? Any questions?
Any questions? We can just kind of keep going. If you have questions, just jump in.
Why don't we do that? If you
have questions, okay, just you raise your hand. And
if people have questions after each section, raise your hand and.
Okay.
We're moving on to the city manager's office.
So for the city managers, the salary, wages, benefit, and PERS UAL, there is a decrease because we allocated, so the payroll allocation for 2 senior management analysts have changed to community activities and emergency services and response, which is why we see the decrease here. For all of that, salary and wages, employee benefit, and PERS UAL. I would also like to mention that for PERS UAL, we did change the method this year. Last year, we were allocating based on what the employee's tier was. Like if the classic member is is under city managers, we were coding everything to that member. But since we have only 3 or 4 classic members, once they retire, we will not have anywhere to allocate those charges, which is why we're changing the process this year. So we're just basing it on the first cost of the department and then taking the total cost and allocating on what the cost of the department is, which is why you'll see big changes this year compared to last year. But it's just a change of the method we've used this year for future needs, The professional services. So the decrease in professional services of 52.38% is due to the 30,000 decrease in labor negotiation, which is completed this year, and 35,000 decrease in grant writing services. We And then there is a 10,000 increase in general professional services under city manager, which contributes to the change here. So the property services, which includes property and liability insurance, is down. It's basically because of the 2 new departments and the payroll allocation we've used for the allocation, which is why the decrease here, but it's increasing the other 2 departments. Software and equipment, 100% negative change is due to the HR evaluation platform. We've moved it to the MIS budget, so we're seeing a decrease here, but there is an increase in MIS budget for that. Internal service fund, the MIS cost for, there is an increase in MIS cost for service contracts, annual equipment replacement, and then office and departmental expenses. So these are the general increase on the service contracts or any equipment replacement for the city manager's office.
Quick question on, back under, I think, professional services, we now have budgeted no money for grant writing?
I took it out of this because we have it currently in other parts of the organization, like in Public Works, that we're going to be focusing on having somebody focus on grants. So it didn't, the way it was set up, I wasn't using this here. We need to be doing it in Public Works or planning. Those areas.
Great, thank you.
So we're still going to go after grants, I think.
And then under the city manager, you have HR?
Yes.
What other key functions fall under there? I'm looking at all the departments, and that's the one that jumped out at me. So HR is under.
We have homelessness too.
So HR, homelessness, it was PIO and emergency preparedness. We've kind of pulled those out in different funds, right. And then obviously our Jenny, who does kind of a variety of projects, is in that department as well.
Okay.
That's everything.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
So moving along, for the city clerk, the salary and wages here shows the increase. It's due to the proposed budget has factored in 3% COLA increase, effective July 1st, and also factored the step increase for the employees allocated here, along with the overtime budget. The proposed budget for the employee benefit also includes 1.5% cost share for PERS that the employee's employer is taking, which was allocated to the employees in the past. And also with the labor negotiation, the employer health contribution, there is an increase of 15% for the 15% increase on the current rate. So we see that increase here under salary and wages and employee benefit. Again, because of the allocation change under UAL, there is a big jump here from $466 to $37,000 because we changed the method compared to last year, which is why there's a outrageous percentage increase. So for the property services, again, which includes insurance for property and liability, is estimated that was the estimate given to us by CIRA for 20% from the actual, for the 20% increase, 20% increase, which we see it here. Again, these allocations based on the total salary and benefit plus the GL allocation for each employee, and since the change is higher in here, which is why we see the property service go up by 70%. The operation cost is down because all the charges in the past for public information officer, we have moved it to the new department. Public engagement, which is why the reduction in membership training cost, which causes the operations to go down by 26.1% here. And again, for the internal service, the MIS cost increases for service contracts and annual equipment. It is driving the internal service and the capital projects up by 35.22%.
And just real quick, the professional services decrease, that was primarily due to the elections that you talked about earlier.
Oh, yes, sorry, I missed that, yeah. So the cost was the, 102,000 was allocated in fiscal year 25, which is missing from the budget in fiscal year 26. Yes.
Districting.
Yeah. Okay. Again, the salary and wages has factored 3% COLA increase and step increase for the year. The employee benefit has factored additional 1.5% course cost for the employer, and also health cost increase of 15%. We are also estimating 10% increase in workers' comp rate for the employees benefit group, which is why the change is 38.54%. The UAL allocation is very high because of the allocation method we've changed this year. For the professional services, this is down because in fiscal year 25 budget for finance, we have 75,000 allocated for fee study, which we have not budgeted for fiscal year 26, which is why there's a drop there. But we've also added like additional accounting and audit help of 50,000, and then some cost for like sales tax and property tax consultants, that has decreased because we're more aligning with the actual cost we've seen in the past. So, the budget is aligned with the actual cost. So there is a decrease there too, which comes down to negative 14.87% for professional services. For property services, the increase is 2.47%. We have estimated the insurance to go up by 20%, but this is based on the based on allocation on total salary and wages, and the GL allocation for finance, it's not a major impact, just 2.47 for finance. The operation cost is going up by 372%. This is due to the $50,000 increase in operation for SGL, TOT and business license administration, which was paid out of non-departmental in the past year. We're moving it to finance. So the increase is because of that. The internal service increase is due to the MIS cost increase for service and annual equipment replacement and office departmental expenses. We also have OpenGov budgeting and planning under MIS, which is why there is an increase of 42% under internal service and capital finance. Okay, so for the legal services, the increase in professional services is 13,000, which is because of the 8,000 increase for the legal counsel contract, and 5,000 for HR legal counsel, which was under city manager's budget last fiscal year. So we moved it to legal services this year for 5,000. That was moved to legal services. Okay, so I would like to mention in this, we did find the error on the table, which was way after, like yesterday. So I would like to say that under internal service and capital project, the total change is actually positive $30,310, not negative $19,690. This was just in, because in OpenGov, it's just a clerical error we had on our part. So the total change is 30,000, which changes the percentage change column to 53.93% from negative 129, from negative 129.93 to negative 53.93, and then the total changes from negative 12.99 to negative 5.87. So let me just, okay. For salary and wages, again, here we've included 3% COLA, step increase, and overtime. And then there were some payroll changes under this department, which is why the increase is not crazy compared to other department. We did have we do have payroll allocation change effective July 1st for this department. Employee benefit is based on the actual selection, so it is down compared to last year, is because when we budgeted last year, there were some vacant position that we budgeted at the higher employee rate, like for, for medical, we budgeted for the family rate, for 3 positions, right, Ryan, 3 vacant positions, but when we filled those positions, the employee selected like single or 2 parties, so which is why the cost, there's a variance in cost. This year, for all the employee benefit, it's based on the current selection they have, which is why there's a big difference of $26,000 compared to last year. It is because of that, since those positions have been filled for this fiscal year. Moving forward, you will see the constant change, not the variable like here. Again, the PERS UAL is decreased because of the method change. Also, there is a employee who is a classic member in this department. So last year we were just allocating based on the members tier and dividing that by 3 or 4, and then this year it's more on the allocation basis, which is why the change is slightly different for PERS UAL. So next is property services. So for property services, again, the property and liability insurance is going up by 20% than fiscal year 25 actual cost. So again, the allocation is based on total salary and benefit amount and the GL allocation for each employees. And then we do see the utilities cost going up by 15% under property services, but because the insurance and utilities are in the same category, the total change is negative 5.19%. But we do see the utilities cost going up here. Under operations, this is up by 18.8% due to the $10,000 for Verizon and AT&T increased bandwidth at Courtyard, and there is a proposed reduction in some advertising and other services cost under operations. For supplies, this is up by 50.36%, and it is due to the cost going up and $4,400 cost increase in departmental expense for the ice machine and water. So it is under supplies, which is why there is the increase. Software and equipment, the increase is 5% compared to fiscal year 25 budget. So the internal service is where that error was that I mentioned. So the proposed budget for internal service and capital project is $30,310, which is actually decreased from last year's budget of $14,000 for MIS, and then $825 increase in long-term building maintenance. So the total change drops from negative 129.93 to negative 53.93, and then the total expense compared to last fiscal year, which is fiscal year 25, is changes from negative 12.99 to negative 5.67.
Okay.
Okay, so for public works, streets and operations, again, the salary has incorporated 3% COLA increase, step increases on the employees, and the overtime's incorporated, and there was a few payroll allocation changes here too. The proposed budget also has the employee benefit, which incorporates 1.5% of cost share increase in employer portion and health contribution increase of 15%. We also have incorporated 10% workers' comp increase under employee benefits. UAL, it's just the method we've changed from last fiscal year, which is why there is a slight increase of 11.20%. For professional services, engineering cost went up, which is why there is an increase of like 30.65% for overall on-call engineering services. Next is property services, where we've seen the utility costs go up. So we budgeted 36,000 more than compared to last fiscal year, and the property and liability insurance is going up by 20,000 here as well. For operations, the proposed budget is 95,600, which is 15.32% higher compared to last fiscal year. It is due to repair and maintenance going up by 14,000 due to increased costs, and there is a decrease of 1,000 in training and 1,500 in printing cost as well. So that contributes to the increase of 12,700. For supplies, we are proposing the general supplies cost go up by 4%, which is why we see that increase of 3.66%. For software and equipment, we are proposing 5% increase in mobile MMS software that Public Works Street uses to go up by 5%, which represents the change. For internal service and capital project, the total cost is up by 16.36%, which includes long-term building maintenance increase of $3,000, vehicle replacement fund increase of $4,000, and MIS cost increase of $12,000.
Quick question. Yep. Just from a perspective standpoint, I went back to the employee chart and I couldn't make heads or tails. So when you say street operations and we're looking at salary and wages, does that represent 3 people, 5 people, 6 people? It's
I'll say 5.
Thank you.
Let me come out in my head. 5.
No, it's
Okay. It's 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. It's not this small.
I looked at that, but the arrows kept, the connections are all over the place.
You just go down.
But the connections go left and right, do they not?
No, squished. They just go down. Some go left and right, but most of them go down.
Okay.
Sorry,
Thank
I used to make
really
these charts, so it's easy for me to read them.
Okay.
And I think that's a good point. Obviously, the total number of employees we have is 46, so that covers all these things. So when you start looking at the number of people, I think when you look at our goals and accomplishments and stuff on here, I think I don't want to shortchange that, and I don't mean to fly through it. I just stepped a lot of work putting that together, but I know we have a lot to cover today. So if there's anything you want us to talk about in each of these departments, please let me know. We can go into some of these departments and explain more. And just before we come into this one, this is this Parks and Recreation. As we bring on a new Parks Director, this section will be moved into the Parks Department. So this is a transition period that we're working through on this one.
Okay, so for Parks and Rec, salary and wages, we've incorporated 3% COLA increase with the step increase and overtime. And this department does have some payroll allocation changes because now it's moving out of Public Works to new department, Parks. And also the new, like David said, new Parks and Rec Director position is budgeted out of this department. So there is an increase of 15.05% for salary, and for benefit it's 36.95. Again, the benefit cost includes 1.5% PERS that employer is taking back on, and also the 15% rate increase on the health. And again, we've estimated the workers' comps to increase by 10%, which is under employee benefit. The UAL, because of the method changed, it's based on the PERS cost. We did have classic member last year in this department, which is why you see the big change, like a big number here. So it went down from 213,000 to 127,000.
Because we don't have them anymore.
No, we do, but we just changed the allocation because once they
Okay.
retire, like, we will not have anywhere to quote these. So we just changed based on the total number. We just, divided out by the allocation
Got it.
people have.
Okay.
Okay, and then for the professional services, it is up by 2.23%, which is due to the arborist cost and Nathanson Creek Oxbow and Demo Garden maintenance. So that's which is why the cost is up by 2.23% compared to last fiscal year. For the property services, we did see the utility cost go up by $18,000 here. And then the insurance for property liability also went up by $15,000. And there was a little bit decrease of $9,000 in custodial service, which is allocated under supply. So I'll be talking about that. For operations, the repair and maintenance went up by $12,000 due to the increased cost, and there was additional $20,000 for Field of Dreams maintenance. This is the new ask this year for this department, which is why the operations went up by 21.7% increase compared to last year. So the supplies budget, which was removed from the the custodial budget, which was removed from the professional services, is now under supplies, which is why the supplies general supplies cost went up by $9,000, which is the main reason for 19.53% increase. Internal service and capital increased by 23.42%. This is mainly due to long-term building maintenance increase of $5,000, vehicle replacement fund increase of $1,000, and MIS cost increase of $9,000 compared to last fiscal year.
You mentioned about the new position for the park manager, not a
Park
listed.
director.
Yes, park director. Not including this where it will be listed.
Sorry, say that again.
And this is a park director, a new position.
Right.
And how about his or her budget? Because you said not included here.
No, it is included here.
It's already included
Yes,
here?
it is.
But I couldn't see the big differences.
Okay, so because some of the public works employees, like, public works director, public works supervisor, project managers, their allocation was included here. So
Okay.
we moved that out, which is why when we added one new position, you don't see that big of a fluctuation in this department.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay.
Bless you.
Okay.
A lot of moving pieces.
Yeah. Okay, so for planning and community services, again, the salary and wages, we have incorporated 3% COLA increase, step increase, and overtime. Also, there were some allocation changes here. This salary and wages employee benefit also includes the part-time position, which is currently vacant for sustainability coordinator, but the cost is included here. Okay, and then for the employee benefit, again, this also has 1.5% employer cost share that was previously being covered by employee portion. Also 15% employer health increase compared to this fiscal year's rate. We also have incorporated workers' comp's increase of 10% under employee and benefit, and due to the, in 10%. So for UAL, we see, exponential growth. It's not actually that, we changed the method how we allocated things, which is why it looks,
Yes, please eliminate any 23,000 percentage increases on anything.
Yeah, but if you look at 23, 24, like, last year we changed the method, but year before we were consistent of what we were doing right now, like,
Last year we were down 23%.
Right. Yeah, and now we're up. It's just a roller coaster. Right.
So Prapti, we're for professional services, it's 225 is the total new budget ask, but we will carry all over
Right.
all budget
For general
remainder
plan.
for existing contracts.
Okay,
So maybe we should talk real quickly, because there's a carryover we've talked about in the past. So certain projects that span multiple years. We brought an item to council, I think it was last council meeting, you had the carryover list.
right, on the budget, yeah, so we will be doing that
So
too.
you approved projects that you can carry over and continue on. So for example, like a contract for, I'm just
General
making something.
plan.
The general plan.
General plan is a good example,
Yeah.
yeah. So that, we're gonna carry that forward, so you're not seeing it budgeted every year. It's already budgeted.
So which is why for fiscal year 26, we see a big decrease of 574, but it's because we didn't budget the general plan again, which is budgeted, which is carried forward from for fiscal year 24 to 25 for general plan that budget, but we're after whatever we pay out, the remainder we will carry it forward because that has been approved in the past. We will bring that list to you when we come for the budget adoption. But there will be some items like that where it's already budgeted in the past. We have set money aside.
So we'll know these things.
Right.
You already said yes.
Right. This is not a new ask, which is why there's a big drop in professional services here for 71.84%. It is because of the general plan update. For the cost recovery, we see the increase of 125,000, but these are the cost recovery expenses. But since I want to say there is a revenue attached to this expense too, which we cannot see it on the department level, but on the general fund level, even though the increase is 125,000, there is a revenue component in the general fund bucket. So for the property services, insurance cost, property and general liability, there's an increase of $20,000. Again, this is based on the total salary and wages of the employees and their payroll allocation cost. For operations, we see 5.84% increase, which includes $1,250 in travel and some increase in cost for other costs. Down what? Okay, so for supplies, we are decreasing the supplies budget because most of the city halls supply is budgeted out of non-departmental. But once that department is we're working on cleaning that department up, you will see the increase in other the departmental expenses.
Allocate it out.
Yeah, we will allocate it out to departments. So. It's because of that. For internal service and capital, the increase is due to the MIS budget. So $3,000 increase is due to the MIS increase.
Excuse me, can you explain a little bit more about cost recovery?
Sure, so all of our expenses associated with entitlements that are deposit-based go into a cost recovery account. So every time that we have a project that is applied for in planning, we will create a cost recovery account, track all of the planner's hours, as well as any outside contract expenses, such as review by an engineering firm, or if we have a contract for a historic resource evaluation, or if there's additional environmental required, so outside contracts, so outside expenses, they will all be deducted from that cost recovery account. And then it's an ongoing review. That's all deposit-based projects.
That's good.
It's something that we will be looking at modifying moving forward to identify very specifically what types of projects that we want to do deposit-based, because it is very time-intensive and costly to staff to do deposit-based for everything, which is what we basically currently do.
It's great. So that means we are taking a more in-house service instead of the outsourcing.
So it's a combination of some things have to be reviewed, like if some environmental work has to be by contract.
I will say that when we do the contracts, what Prapti was also talking about with revenue is that we do tack on an administrative charge for our city's processing costs for those contracts. And so that's an income, but otherwise it should be a one for one. So whatever it costs them is, what's being charged to them.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving along for the building and developmental services, again, the salary and wages, we have incorporated COLA of 2% increase with step increase and overtime incorporated in the proposed budget. There was some payroll allocation changes here as well. This department is fully staffed, right?
I'm sorry?
Is this department fully staffed?
No, it's not.
No, oh, okay, I think we're waiting on
We
that.
have
One
two vacant
position.
positions.
One vacant position here, which is incorporated in salary and wages. For the employee benefit, again, there is 1.5% of cost share that employer is taking back, which was paid by the employees in the past. The health contribution increase of 15% is incorporated here. And then workers' comp increase of 10%. Here, the change is due to the method we've used in the past. So from $567, we're going up to $106,000 because of the change that we've talked about. For the professional service, again, there's increased cost in cost recovery and consulting services, and decrease in recruitment cost, which causes the 17.90% change.
Can I explain that real quick?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to clarify, in building, we do not have a cost recovery line item. It's something that Prapti and I have discussed.
Yep.
So some of those fees and why you see an increase is that we're trying to match actual costs in some of the costs for cost recovery. So engineering review of building permits when applicable, as well as our outside plan check costs, are all incorporated into that professional services line item. Sorry, intent. And those should be cost recovered.
So quick
There
question.
is no cost recovery line item for building, it only exists in planning. It's something, what happens is, I have to charge it to something, so I charge it to there, and then I add it to their OpenGov account, and then they get charged when they pull their permit.
So going forward, will there be a cost recovery line?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just wanted, that's all. In process. Got a lot of things kind of moving.
Yeah, I think one of the things Prapti's working on is aligning revenue with expenses within departments. That's
Right.
gonna be in the next year, you'll see that.
Yeah.
That'll
Because
be
right now,
exciting.
like, we only see the expense side, like, we really don't know,
Yeah.
you know.
What's making money?
Right. Okay, so the next is property services. Again, the insurance cost for property and liability, there's an increase of 30,000, which is again based on salary and wages total, and then the payroll allocation. The operation cost is increased in this department by 8.62%. It is because of the Verizon communication bill increase of $1,680. Increase compared to fiscal year 25, so it's because of the Verizon bill. You see that increase. General supply, just a minor increase of $350,000, which is because of the books and periodical cost increase. And then internal service and capital, this increase is due to the MIS budget of $6,000 and vehicle replacement fund of $117. Which caused the increase of 20.26%, so. Okay, so the community activities, the salary and wages, employee benefit, and UAL, they're all 100% increase is because this allocation was under city manager's office in the past. Now we have moved it to community activities, which is why there is an increase. Again, yeah, so this, it's because of that. For the professional services, there is a decrease in budget. It's because in the past, in fiscal year 25, we allocated about $51,000 for police contracts here for July 4th event, but we've incorporated that in the police budget just to be consistent and not over budget for the police contract, which is why there is a decrease there. And then there was also an increase of holiday programming for $15,000 increase here, so which is why there is an increase. And I'm not sure what that means. Lisa's not here, so. No.
So the holiday programming a couple of years ago started with programming like some musical downtown music events. Some of them have been in the alcove of the Sebastiani Theater, others were in the amphitheater depending on weather, and then some other kind of winter holiday, I should say, programming to try to program some things in the off season and work with our community partners to kind of give a festive feeling to downtown beyond the lighting.
Okay, so moving along, the property service here, we see the utility increase of $18,000 and insurance for property and liability, which is new this year because of the allocation change on the payroll for, payroll allocation, because those are allocated, which is $14,000 more. And then we've also seen incorporated $7,000 rent increase for fiscal year 26 under property and services here. For operations, we see $19,000 increase. It's because of those 1% TOT, the tier 1 services, which is 19,000 increase compared to last year. And also there was 8.5, which is $8,500 decrease in other services, which was budgeted in fiscal year 25 under operations. So the total increase is 3.30% under operations here. Again, this is a brand new department. Well, we had this department, but we didn't use it in fiscal year 25, and we didn't have any payroll allocation in the past for emergency preparedness and response. But this year, we have moved the payroll allocation from city manager's office to this department for salary and wages, which is why we see the 100% increase. Employee benefit is 100% increase, and UAL is 100% increase because of the payroll allocation change. We do not have any professional services budgeted here. However, we do have property services, which is again brand new this year, and this is based on the insurance cost. And the allocation is again based on the total salary and wages plus the GL allocation for the employee. And we have estimated 20% increase, overall increase for the property insurance cost, based on the allocation for this department, it's $33,415. The operations for emergency preparedness and response, this in the past was under fire department's budget, so we moved it here. We budgeted $60,000 last year, fiscal year 25 under fire. This year we are proposing $71,995, which the total increase is due to $12,000 increase in hazard mitigation plan. Sorry, the total increase is $12,000, out of which for the hazard mitigation plan is $10,000, which is new this year, and consultant cost increase for emergency planning contract services, $2,000 increase from last fiscal year. So last fiscal year it was budgeted for $18,000. This year we're budgeting $20,000, so $2,000 increase.
Can I ask who this is? Because then I know that there's salaries, so like salaries, some people's salaries are divided up across different departments.
That's right, Sarah.
Sarah, I thought it was Sarah. I thought it was Sarah, I just wanted to.
Yes.
We put Sarah in multiple new departments, PIO and.
Yeah.
That's,
So,
She feels a bit fractured. Thank you.
so the other thing I want to mention is, because can we move along? Yeah, we can move along. We can move along, but I'll mention it here because it affects here.
Okay.
The other thing I want to mention is, because we were changing last minute changes and we had so many budget instances during negotiation, it was just missed that Sarah's salary right now is, it's 80% is still under city manager's office, but when we bring it for adoption, this will be changed, which is why you don't see a salary here. It's just
Right.
it's just the small error on our part because there were so many missing pieces, but Sarah's salary is allocated 80% to public information and engagement and 20% to emergency services. So she's out of city managers. It's just that, this.
And
this
so when
does
we
not-
see the final one, that'll show up
Yes,
here
it
and it'll
will.
be
Yes.
deducted from, got it.
Yes, it will. It's just that it is within the general fund, it's just that, right now it's a little bit under city manager, which should be here, which, we didn't catch it until later, so. Again, for salary and wages, we will see a number here, this is a brand new department, which we've never used it in the past, so, which is why everything's 100% increase here. So let me go ahead with the professional services. So for the professional services, this in the past was budgeted under city clerk, which includes this year, which includes $10,000 for city seal update and $4,000 for simultaneous Spanish translation. That makes up that $14,000 for professional services. And then for property services, again, the insurance, this is new here. Insurance cost went up. We are projecting it to go up by 20%. That brings the cost to 30 because of the allocation, total allocation and total salary and allocation. The cost is $13,660 for property services, and for operations, again, this was under city clerk in the past. We've moved it to this department. The $13,720 is for advertising, communication, training, and membership for Sarah and for Rebecca, I want to say, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Is this a
Yeah.
good break time? And then we come back to it?
Yeah, I think this is a good time to take a break if that's okay. We can finish.
So we're gonna take a lunch break for, what should we say? What would you like to say?
2 hours.
45 minutes?
45 is a good, that gets people to run out if they need to.
45 minutes.
Okay.
So back at 12:47. All right.
All right.
Dollars and cents.
Dollars and cents. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and get started again. We've got, continue on with the general fund departments, and we're gonna move into public safety. So again, these are 2 contracts that we have to provide these services. We're gonna do police and fire. And as Prapti goes through this, and she'll explain this, but these budgets are made up of 2 things. One is a contract that we pay for the service. It's outlined through a contract agreement we have with both entities, the sheriff's department and the fire district. And then we also have other general fund costs for those departments that we have to pay for, like vehicles and other things that are in addition to the contract amount. So when you see the contract price and then you see the total budget for police and then the total budget for fire, that's the difference. And we'll go through that a little bit. So with that, we'll turn it over to Prapti. Continue on.
Okay, so for Sonoma's police department, the total salary and wages employee benefit allocated here is for 1 full-time employee that city is under is the city staff. The percentage change for the salary and wages is 2.18%. Is because not 3% is because last year's budget 24-25 it was budgeted a little bit higher than what the employees cost is, which is why the change is only 2.18%. You should have seen 3% increase here, but it was budgeted a little bit higher last year, which is why it's only 2.8. For the benefit side, the proposed budget again includes a 1.5% cost share that employer is covering, additional first cost that employer is covering this year, and also the increase in employer's health contribution, the increase of 15%. The proposed benefit also includes the workers' comp increase of 10%. Which we don't know the final numbers yet. For the PERS UAL, the decrease is negative 10.80%. Here, the allocation is 100% police, public safety's UAL, and then one miscellaneous employee, which is under those cities. Her allocation is based on the total salary and then the GL she is allocated to. We do see a little decrease here of 10%. For the professional services, like I mentioned earlier, in the past year, fiscal year 25, we had budgeted the one vacant position for community service officer, which was here. Since that position will not be filled in fiscal year 26, we took the budget out, which is why you see the decrease of 65,000. This 93,435. It is for the Sonoma County Public Safety Consortium, which is in fact 16.47% increase compared to fiscal year 25's number.
I'll touch on that real quick. So the consortium that we're part of is all the cities get together and we fund all the computers in the cars and all the I think all the different pieces, all the software pieces. So it's a better deal for all the cities. We went through a complete rechange of how those funds are allocated this year. It was a big work effort that we did on the board this year. So that 16% is pretty high of a change, but that's a shift in how the allocation is. And from this point on moving forward, the number should be a lot more in line with small increases. So the reason it went up this 1 year is just because of that change in allocation. So we went up, the sheriff's office went up considerably high, and Santa Rosa's went down, so we had this big shift of funds.
Okay, moving along, the sheriff contract, we see increase of 5.76% compared to fiscal year 25 budgeted number. For the property service, we've seen the utility cost increase, which includes mainly the PG&E bill being high. So the 14,000 increase is for the to capture that increase for fiscal year 26. There is a decrease of $12,000 in rental equipment, and then slight little changes on the insurance fees under property services. For operations, there is an increase of 4.86%. It is due to repair and maintenance cost increasing, going up $9,000. Permit fees and taxes are increased by $8.5 thousand, and then that, which is new this year, in the past we did not budget for the court fees for data tickets. So this is something we added this year, which is why there is an increase. Along with that, to cut the cost, we have a decrease of membership of $1,000 and training by $400 and $6,000 in communication because of the I think the telephone lines. Okay, for supplies, because of everything, the gasoline price going up, we increased the budget by $15,000 for supplies. That's what it is. And then for internal service and capital projects, there is an increase in MIS, vehicle replacement fund, and then long-term building maintenance, which are all interdepartmental transfers for police. So the total overall increase for the police department is 2.36% compared to last fiscal year 25.
We did, Prapti and I sat down with the sheriff's office finance folks. They met with us and went line by line through their budget, and so we were able to understand what that contract increase was about. And we are talking to them about future, how do we keep that within reason over time, so.
Sustainable.
Sustainable.
Right.
So we have that detailed information we can go through, but Prapti and I did go through it. And they are committed to working with us every fiscal cycle, so they're gonna sit down with us and work through it. And Brandon's been great to help us through that process.
So any questions on this?
Just a real quick question. I think you told me this before, that in this particular contract, if there's any residual leftovers, it comes back to us?
It's essentially that when we don't spend, so we budget for a contract amount, and if I get monthly updates on where we are spending wise for that month, and if we're under budget, we just don't pay that bill. So it's money out of the general fund we're not spending, if that makes sense. So it's doing what you're saying. It's we're not paying for services we're not getting, and they've been pretty good about coming in under budget. Pretty much.
So they invoice on actual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Monthly invoice.
Month by month. So I get those updates every month, and so we kind of keep track of how we're doing, if something's out of whack, or so it's just
All right, any other questions? We should move on.
Okay, so for fire, we do not have any employees allocated to fire, which is why you do not see the salary and wages and benefit for fire. However, we do pay PERS UAL cost, which went up by 6.14% compared to fiscal year 25. The Sonoma Valley Fire District contract went up by 2.76%, which totals to $6.8 million. Since we contract out EMS billing, because this number is based on the revenue we received, percentage of the revenue we received, since we're forecasting the revenue to go up, this number for the EMS billing contract is up by $30,000, which is why there is an increase of 30%. And then for operations, you see a decrease of $101,000. It is because we've moved the disaster preparedness budget of $60,000 to the new emergency preparedness department. And then 66,000 of GEMT that we pay out is moved now to Fund 796, which is where we get the revenue from. So just to be aligned with the operations of tracking things in one fund, we moved that budget out. We also added the bad debt expenses here of $25,000 because of the write-offs that we have for the EMS. For any uncollectibles, we had never budgeted the write-offs before. So this year we budgeted $25,000 write-offs for the EMS uncollectible accounts under this operation bucket. And then moving along, the internal service and capital is just to increase interdepartmental transfer increase in MIS, vehicle replacement fund, and long-term building maintenance.
Questions?
Will the departments be making presentations today?
We decided to just go through this. If you have specific
Okay.
questions, I could pull people up to answer.
Okay,
but-
I actually, welcome back. If you look at the first accomplishment, it talks about, I think is that right? First accomplishment, it talks about the calls for service. And I went through and I added up the calls for service, and I got a different total than 550 or 5,536. I got 4,843 based on the data that was there. And then I just did some relatively simple calculations, and I was looking at what an average call for service cost would be based on the overall budget. And then I took the Sonoma numbers and just multiplied that times their calls for service. And the numbers that I got, depending what the actual total calls for service was between 3.3 million and 3.8 million. And I'm just trying to understand what makes up the additional, I think, roughly $4 to $5 million in the contract cost. Now, I know that's a big ask right now here, but maybe you have an answer for that. I don't know.
So, I mean, there's lots of different metrics that we could use to, we could look at percentage of calls versus our overall district budget. I mean, there's lots of metrics, right? To your point specifically, the total calls for service, the 5,500 is our total calls for service. I did not include, what I included was our staffed fire stations, just as a comparison. It does not include mutual aid responses outside of the Sonoma Valley or our transports that we respond in to Shell Vista and provide ambulance transport for that fire district's community as well. So that's the discrepancy there. I'm happy to forward you the full printout of all of the calls for service, including our volunteer stations, which are minimal, but they do add up. So looking at I appreciate the question and the comparison. I think one of the things that I really try to look at is holistically within our contract is, yes, it's 6.7 million on the expense side, and then we're bringing in about 3.5 million in revenue that directly is related to the cost of providing service. So if we don't have the contract that provides paramedic service and ambulance transport to the entire valley, then we lose all of that revenue. That revenue won't come in.
Okay, I'm not sure I fully understand that, but
Well, every time we transport somebody to the hospital, we bill insurance, whether that is a private provider or Medi-Cal, Medicare, and all of that revenue that comes back goes directly to the city. So if we don't transport, if our transports go down 10% from what they were last year, correspondingly our EMS revenue is going to go down. What's not included, I think, in some of the revenue projections is, because it's a little bit harder to project, but our number of transports from 23 to 24 went up by 7.5%, and that's not included in any of the projections. But we are up considerably this year. We're up over 400,000 in EMS revenues compared to last year. So that's without adding any additional staffing to provide that service.
So one of the things is I did reach out to the fire chief, and we're gonna pull together for the contract. We have a budget oversight committee just to take a look at this and make sure that we're tracking how it makes sense. Because I think to kind of align what is the cost of EMS, what does that cost, and what's that revenue, and then the cost of the fire service separately. I think that's maybe getting to your point is like what's the cost of these calls. So I think we need to better understand that so we can report that out. And so I think we're going to set that up hopefully soon so we can talk to
So if I understood earlier, you said that you did have an intention to put actual revenue sources within the departments. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that
and
that would probably.
Then we can align those and then identify what metrics do we want to track, because it is the largest expense that we have in the city, and so to make sure that we're understanding that every percent on a large number is a really big change, right? So I think I think we have to be really careful and cognizant about what level of service do we want. Do we want to change that level of service? That's some of the discussion we can have with the fire district. Again, we contract with the fire district to provide this service. We can have those conversations as a community. We just need to understand the costs and the impacts and the ramifications of that. So,
All right. Yeah.
Yes.
Just a quick follow-up to this, and it's a simple math equation for a simple guy. So if it costs us, let's just say in round change, $8 million for our contract with the fire department, and we get the direct revenue from emergency services of $3 million. That in essence then says for everything else, we are on the hook for $5 million for the comfort and the peace of mind of knowing that we have a fire department at our beck and call. Is that a fair, simplistic interpretation?
It is. It is. And I would just add one thing that's very similar to our other partners in public safety is that while you're paying, let's just use that round number of $5 million, you're actually getting a $25 million fire department and all of our resources, because now we have taken on Kenwood Fire District. So all of our services are here when needed. And that happens. Thankfully, we don't have a lot of big fire incidents, but when we have them, they're here automatically, and it's the full force and weight of our department.
And you are also, we collectively have been fortunate enough with the passage of Measure H that we have that to continue to strengthen our fire department.
Yeah, so Measure H will directly provide about $775,000 in additional services, minimum staffing paramedics and prevention services that was formerly paid either all or in part by the general fund. And it also covers about $180,000 annually in RedCom dispatch fees that that was formerly the city's share of dispatch services.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Any other questions? Let's see.
It's very good. I don't have questions.
Okay, so those were the department review for general fund. We will move ahead with the enterprise fund, which includes the cemeteries and water. Under cemetery fund, this chart includes the cemetery operation and cemetery endowment. The total proposed revenue for fiscal year 26 is $400,000, which is a drop from last year's budget of $476,000. That's a negative 60.0% decrease. So even though that's a decrease, it's more aligned with what we've received in the past. If you can see in 22-23, we've received $270 total revenue. In 23-24, we've received $308,000. So for 25-26, we're trying to align it based on the actuals in the past. Also factoring the new columbarium. So there is a factor here which increases the revenue. It's just that last year's numbers were a little bit higher than what it should have been in reality. So the license and permit, there is an increase of $35,000, which is the cemetery revenue. There is a for transfers, there is a $47,000 transfer from the endowment fund to the operating fund. And then we have another $45,000 transfer from water fund for the water tank leases on the cemetery property, which totals to $92,000. The decrease there for 120 is because in fiscal year 25 we had a general fund transfer of 120 for the columbarium project, which we do not have that transfer in fiscal year 26. As the project has started, I think I'm not sure if it's completed, so that transfer is missing, which is why we see the big decrease of 56.4%. The other next category is the other revenue, which we see the increase of 5%, which is budgeted for the memorial engraving pass-through revenue. Which has not been budgeted in the past, which is why we see that increase. And then for the interest, again, we're just aligning it with the actual revenue received in the prior years, which is why there is a jump of like $483,000. It's just, based on what we've received in fiscal year 23-24 and what we've received so far, we're just aligning the interest revenue based on that. Moving on to the expense side, the salary and wages, there is a COLA increase and some allocation changes here because now the cemetery is also under the Parks and Rec department, which in previous years the cemetery was under Public Works. There is an allocation change here. Which is why you see the decrease, and then the new Parks and Rec director is 5% of his salary will be coming out of cemetery fund because he will be overseeing that. That has been incorporated here as well. On the benefit side, again, it's because of the allocation changes. Lot of like Public Works staff were allocated here, like small percentage. Now they're no longer allocated. It's because, which is why there is a decrease in the proposed budget of $30,000 compared to last year. For the UAL, it's just the method, we've changed the method of allocation, which is why you see a slight increase here of 6.5%. The professional services, we removed the memorial engraving pass-through, which was under professional services, and we moved it to operations. So the 35,000 decrease, you will see the increase under operations for 30, and other things under operations, which is why there is a decrease in professional services for memorial engraving that we have captured it under operations. For property services, again, the insurance, property and general liability, there's an increase of $13,000. Supplies, it remains flat, and for internal service and capital project, did I talk about operations? I'm sorry, the operations, The operations, the increase is 137.2%, which is because of the memorial engraving, which we moved out of professional services to this bucket, which is why there is a change, and slight increase in travel membership, repair and maintenance. That's the difference of $1,609. $1,900, sorry. It's because of that. Moving to internal services and capital, the increase in MIS, vehicle replacement fund, long-term building maintenance, the interdepartmental transfer, and the new ask of $235,000 for new capacity for fiscal year 26. Is the increase of $115,000 from 25 amended budget of which was for 120 for construction and material for columbarium. So we are asking $235,000 for the new capacity for fiscal year 25 under the internal services and capital project. For the transfers, for the transfers, there's a 3,000 decrease compared to last year because this is from the endowment. Last year we had estimated the endowment revenue to be 50,000, but this year we're estimating it 47, which is why there's a decrease of $3,000 from last year. And then for the depreciation, this is the budgeted annual depreciation. This is the annual journal entry that we do every year. Since we've not started fiscal year 22-23 audit, which is why you don't see the actuals, like there is a blank there, but the budget amount has been constant for since 22-23. So this is just the annual JE that we do every year for the depreciation expense.
So we're still operating at a deficit in the cemeteries. I think that's not a surprise. We're working our way out of that. The goal here is to build capacity, so spending money right now up front to identify these good capacities. We have the new columbariums now. There's money in here that you saw in the last presentation that we're going to add additional in-ground burials at all of the sites. That's going to be new revenue. And so we're taking a pretty conservative approach in terms of when that revenue is going to come in, but that could happen pretty quickly. And then Caroline's working on, as we get some going, get the next one going, so we can constantly keep capacity, so we don't have situations where we're saying we don't have room. And that's where we were for years. So
years.
it's a that's the goal right now, and I know Carolyn's working hard on getting that stuff put in place, and I think we're probably gonna have some sales this weekend, hopefully, some pre-sales at Memorial Day with the new columbarium, so I think those are things that are gonna keep changing. That's why you see it here. We're working on a cash flow for the next 5 years, just anticipation of that growth.
I believe
Complete turn.
you mentioned that there was a transfer from the endowment to operations, which in simplistic terms makes me nervous because when I hear of the word endowment, that says this is long-term maintenance.
Right.
And my question is, why are we dipping out of an endowment that we're going to be counting on down the road when we're already asking for funding? Are we just minimizing the amount that we're needing to? Or do we look at a year's worth of maintenance and we consider that as something that should be funded out of the endowment?
I am not sure why we do it that way.
Yeah, and I think you can jump in if you want, but essentially the goal is to have an endowment such that you're feeding off that at a rate that's sustainable to do the maintenance that you need per year. And our endowment right now is not as on the level that can sustain that type of. So I'll have to look at what that transfer out of the endowment was that the 47,000. Yeah, we need to look at that number, see, is that where it's coming from?
That's where it's coming from. That's been going on, I think, since 2016, give or take.
So if our goal is to increase the endowment, but we keep drawing from it, are we ever going to get to having established an endowment that is going to sustain the ongoing maintenance into forever?
Hopefully.
That's the goal. So we'll take a look at that, but I think it's going to then come out of general fund, right? Until we can increase that to where it's sustainable. But that could be the approach, is we just do what we've been doing, I think, too, is pull from the general fund to do this.
Okay, thank you.
My question is regarding what do we have right now on the inventory, and in the long term, the income resource just based on what do we have. Do you have any years, 5 years or the 10 years?
So, the current inventory, we had a slide at the last meeting. I don't know off the top of my head.
Recently we have 107 kilometers added, right?
Yes,
but we do have some inventory at. I'm gonna have to.
Correct. We do have some inventory. We have, let's see, available units. We have about just under 200 total between all three cemeteries.
Oh.
And that's a mix between in-ground and columbarium?
In-ground and columbarium niches.
So, but the other thing that Carolyn's finding is there's a demand for certain products that we don't have. So I think that's where we're trying to fill that gap. There's a demand for in-ground burials where we have none, which is actually kind of surprising. I thought it was going to be primarily columbarium demand, but there's still an in-ground demand.
There is a demand for casket burial. We have about 30 to 40 people on a wait list.
Oh, wow.
So there's a desire to get that built and plus so generate that revenue and start building up the endowment. And then there's other options of like engraving and what do you call it, a memorial wall, things that might not be just that people want to have a presence without a burial. So look at those options as well.
That is totally changed. Thank you so much. Grateful. Great.
Anything else you want to add?
I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the cemeteries?
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at and my figures could be wrong, of like what we would want this to cover 400,000 a year in expenses. Basically, you would want an endowment that would be, if you just be able to cover it and not be able to reduce the level of the endowment, it would have to be an endowment of.
A lot.
Well, did you guys work on that?
It would have to be about 8 million. It'd have to be about 8 million.
Yeah.
About an $8 million endowment.
And Carolyn's working with one of our cemetery consultants that we work with in the beginning to kind of figure out the budget, cash flow, endowment numbers, and so we can get a better sense of what that number and that goal is. Especially because once we get in there and what maybe we really want to have, I think what level it is. It needs to change, I think, it was.
Yeah, because also, and I'm doing that figuring that this would remain the same, the relative relationship to revenue and costs, when actually we're hoping that that number is gonna change. So just think of that, like, if we cut that in half, if we doubled the revenue, then we'd be looking at an endowment of 4 million. I mean, just rough numbers.
Yeah, because rates are changing too, so we've
Yeah.
changed that amount that's going in, which helps a little bit, but we do need the capacity.
And also some expenses, when we do financial analysis, maybe, and because this is, I saw that is a depreciation, $39,000 increase. Basically, this is not a cash flow, that is the people, expenses. And we could, make an adjustment for this. Pretty good, thank you.
Moving in the right direction.
Down. Okay.
Next, under enterprise fund is water fund, and this is the water operating. We are expecting a revenue of $7.4 million for fiscal year '26, and then the total expense would be 7.4. I will go ahead into details. So for license and permit, we are estimating $1,000 increase. For charges and services, we have increased, it is increasing by $2,500, which is the finance charge, which we have never budgeted in the past. So we're budgeting $2,500 for finance charge. Under charges and services, there's no change in late fees or shut-offs. Shut-off notices, which is estimated to be $40,000, and then there is another charge which is change in account fees that is for $17,000. We are estimating the water sales increase of 5.07%, which is $7.1 million. And then for the interest, we're basically aligning it with the actual interest revenue received in the past, which is why we see a big jump of 283.33%. And the interest allocation is a very conservative number that we did this year, but still we're trying to align it with the actuals from the prior years. For salary and wages, there is a COLA increase and some allocation changes here. For benefits, again, 1.5% employers cost which has increased, and then the health contribution increased by 15%. We have also incorporated estimated 10% increase in the workers' comp. The course UAL, it's because of the method change this year. We see 75% increase. And then little slight increase in the professional services as well, 1.04%. For property services, the insurance for property and general liability increase of $11,000, which we estimated to be the total increase to be 20%. And then this fund for water, it's 5.71% increase. Again, that is based on the total payroll allocation plus the employee allocation based on each fund. For operation, there is an increase in banking fees for $18,000. We're actually aligning it with the actuals from the prior years. We are decreasing $10,000 for printing and binding, and there's an increase of $4,000 in permit taxes and fees. For supplies, the $12,000 increase is to align with the increased cost of general supplies, and then gasoline is budgeted under supplies, which is why there is a increase of $12,000 for general supplies and gasoline. The water purchase, it's going up by 8%, increase in water cost. No change in software and equipment. We're keeping that flat. For internal services and capital, there's an increase of 8.66%. It is due to the interdepartmental transfer for MIS, vehicle replacement, and long-term building maintenance. The transfer of 1.3 million, which is 3.49, is basically we are transferring out $655,000 for water CIP projects, which Mike will be talking later. And then $728,000 for cost allocation plan that we're moving it out of water fund to general fund. And then lease for 3 water tanks, out of which general fund gets the lease revenue for 2, and then cemetery gets the lease for 1 water tank. So that's what the transfer is. And then for the debt services, we have principal payment of $90,000, and then the interest payment of $27,000 for 2012 water revenue bond. And then again, the depreciation is, we've estimated $500,000, which is no change. Because we've not caught up with the audit for 22-23 and 23-24, which is why the actuals columns are blank here, but we budgeted 500 in the past as well. And with that, the total expense increase is 8%, and the total revenue increase for water fund is 7.50%. So.
And just as a reminder, when you see the water agency bring their rate increases forward to city council, that's the one line item, water purchases. That is
5% based on.
It was high. We have 8%. We have 8% this year. 8% this year, and I think they're projecting 10. 10. Is that right? Yeah, you're on the way. That's right. So 10% in future years. So that's where you'll see it each year. And in the past, it wasn't called water purchases. It was kind of buried in there as some other.
It was called miscellaneous.
So we've changed it so it's very explicit. It is water purchasing. It's all that's in there, so it's very clear about what that cost is, and so you can track it if you need to.
Clear like water.
Okay, we're in this, and I don't know if it's part of this, where they pay people to take out their lawns and that program.
Grass for
Where would that be?
Cash for turf.
Cash for turf.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, grass.
Not sure if
We
it's
have
under
budgeted, but
operation or
It comes out of the Water Conservation Fund from Fund 501. It's not specifically listed in here, but in our broken out, much more detailed Springbrook budget.
I just wanted to know how much we actually, is it just
you know
so
what
minimal, or?
Yeah, you just give me 1 second, I can pull up the actual.
I don't mean to.
No, it's good. I mean, it's important because that's we do have a program. We did fund it, and that's part of the climate action goals on the list to achieve that. So it's one of the things we're ticking off in terms
And we're working on revamping and trying to kick off that program again with Public Works through our Climate Action Commission now.
And there's a cap. It's not like unlimited, like if right.
I think it's limited to $1,000 per hour. You can up to $1,000.
Up to $1,000.
Yeah.
But is there a cap on the total amount that we do every year, I think? Yeah, I thought it was 50,000.
Yes. Yes, there is 50,000. We do have a 50% grant match through in partnership with the Sonoma Marine Water Saving Partnership, I think. And that's 50%, so that'll allow us to do more if we have more applicants.
You're a vehicle.
Oh yeah, there is a 50,000.
Just like a percentage, like a savings account, so that when a vehicle is needed, everybody's been ready.
Oh,
to
yeah,
do it.
it is there, but I don't know where it's categorized here.
Transfer that.
also I hope and we can spread the words. We still have this sort of program because during the past years we have a lot of the rain and the people just forgot this program.
Yeah, and like Jennifer mentioned, there's an ad hoc on the Climate Commission that's going to focus on pushing that.
That is
making it a big. I think so. That's great. To kind of restart it. Because you're right, it hasn't been used.
And so it is under professional services.
Okay.
Under professional services.
Yeah, we are gonna, the cash for turf, I think is very specific in the grant, if I remember correctly, but we were gonna look at opportunities within what is available in our grants for other types of water saving programs. Yeah. Well, toilet replacement, things like that.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to internal service funds. They're getting more and more exciting as we go deeper and deeper into the
Yeah,
budget.
So we do have three funds for internal service. The first one is management information system. The total revenue increase from fiscal year 25 to 26 is 17.48%. And then the revenue, which you see here, is the interdepartmental transfers in, which is 80,000 more compared to fiscal year 24. And these are for the annual equipment replacements, office and department expense, and IT service and maintenance contract. We also budgeted $8,000 this year for the interest revenue to align with the actuals from the prior years, which was not budgeted in last fiscal year. Which is why you see the jump in the proposed budget of 17.48%. Moving to on the expense side, the professional services, so there is a reduction of $12,400 for cyber security initiatives, and then $5,000 less for OpenGov citizen service, which was budgeted last year. I think this is more to align with the cost from the prior years. And under operations, there is an increase in training for $5,000, and then repair and maintenance for $9,000, which totals to $14,020, which is 3.81% increase compared to last year. We do not have anything budgeted for supplies under this fund. For software and equipment, there is a decrease of $24,000, which is 28.01% less than fiscal year 25, which is due to the the budget is 24,000 less for the computer equipment. And this is basically, computer equipment less than $5,000. This is based on this scheduled computer equipment purchase. So when Jade does this budget, she has like a scheduled program when the computers are needed to be replaced. So this year it looks like we didn't have anything, like the need was not as much as last year, which is why the budget is decreased by $24,000. And again, the depreciation, this is the annual JE, which we've not done for 23-24, which is why the budget is there's no change in the budget for the depreciation expense. Okay, moving along, for the vehicle replacement fund, this is again the interdepartmental transfer in based on the number of vehicles we have when they need to be replaced. So the total increase for fiscal year 26 is $128,000. Which includes the number for 542 includes the 387,400 from the interdepartmental charges, and then there's a transfer in of 155,000 from Fund 596 for the 3 cardiac monitors that we're going to fund through this fund. For the fire department, so that's the transfer in, that totals up to transfer in. Again, the interest is based on the actuals we have received in the past, so we want to be aligned with the actual revenue received, which is why we budgeted the interest higher compared to last fiscal year. Moving on to the expense side, the only thing requested here is purchase of 3 cardiac monitors for $155,000. That's the expense of $154,000. In the past, there were vehicles costs coming out of this fund, which we do not propose. Like we do not have any vehicle plan of buying vehicles this fiscal year in fiscal year 26, which is why you see the big decrease of 78%. And then again, no change. And then for depreciation, there is no change on the budget. Again, we need to do the actual JE for the actual numbers, which we will be working after the budget season. But yeah.
Would there be costs in this fund associated with rentals or leases or anything like that, or is this purely purchases?
I don't
Purely
think so.
purchases of the
Yeah,
movie.
yeah, I
Just
think it's
These
purely
are all capital
purchases.
purchases.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not to pick on fire again, but I noticed that in fire's budget, there's no transfers, which I assume is where a vehicle replacement fund transfer would be. And I think we just bought an ambulance recently, and was that funded through the fire program, or did we just take that out of vehicle replacement?
I don't
It's
recall.
funded out of vehicle replacement. Mike, I don't know if you
Yes,
want to talk to this.
vehicle
So
replacement.
it's funded out of vehicle replacement, and that's an issue we're having, is that those pieces of equipment, fire trucks, ambulances are huge dollars, which eats up this entire budget, that we don't have the funds left for other vehicles. So we're trying to figure out that right sizing of that vehicle replacement process in terms of how much they put in each year.
Okay.
Because I know fire they've already given us a head up, they're going to want a new fire truck in
27 for $410,000.
Yeah, in 2027.
no.
So we're not sure how we're gonna pull that off, but I think that's one of those things we have to kind of figure out.
Doesn't the
next year.
museum have a trailer with a water tank on it that's drawn by horse?
It goes like this.
So, but so we're trying to figure out that
Okay.
and the replacements of those pieces of equipment.
Yeah, and Public Works and Finance have a plan for that. We're gonna be working with a contractor consultant to lay out our 10, 15, 20-year plan.
Okay.
Yeah,
So those,
modified.
and those rates will adjust, and we'll see that in the future budgets through each department.
Okay, so moving along, long-term building maintenance. The total revenue is $609,000, which is almost 90% increase from last fiscal year 25, and then the total expense is 266, which is actually a decrease from fiscal year 25. I will go ahead and talk each line item. The transfer mainly consists of interdepartmental transfer, and we have built in 5% inflationary rate here. There is a additional transfer in for $46,000 for facilities assessment, and then facilities security upgrade of $150,000, which is built in the transfer, so it's charging the right department where we're planning to do these upgrades. Again, we're basing the revenue budget based on the actual received in the prior years, which is why there is a big jump of 1,025% for the interest revenue. On the expenses side, the professional services of $46,000 that I talked about for the facility assessment is coming out of this line item under professional services. For internal services and capital, so last year, the $310K was for CIP BF6 Carnegie building repairs and maintenance upgrade. You will see this on the carry forward proposal that we'll bring on the budget. The $30,000 that we're requesting for fiscal year 26 is for Depot Museum Trust project. And then for the transfer, this 193, this is transferring out to CIP Fund 304. Out of 190, CIP BF10, which is Carnegie office repair, is for 40,000, and BF11 facilities security upgrade 150 is for facilities security upgrade, which totals up to 190, and we're moving this fund to Fund 304 to fund these projects.
So the goal on this one is to come up with a comprehensive 10, 15, 20-year plan on building all of our facilities, how we're going to fund them over time. Right now, we've been reacting a lot to the biggest need, but we're going to have to start scheduling kind of the worst case life safety stuff first, and then the like to haves further down as this budget starts to get tighter and tighter. But the building security has been the number one thing we're working on right now, is trying to get that in place for something.
Is there a deferred maintenance plan?
Do you want to talk about deferred maintenance?
Yes,
No, I'm sorry.
and we're working with the consultant. We're going to put out an RFP. It should go out last week of this month, first week of next month, to have a consultant come in and develop a 20-year plan based on need, whether or not it's an emergency services building, and they'll be ranked. There'll be a ranking, obviously a roof is gonna have a high ranking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna have that developed within the first quarter of fiscal year 26.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be great to have that, and that would,
Helps drive this.
Yes.
That way it's not whoever asks the loudest
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
whoever's first.
Exactly.
And this is the same philosophy with fleet.
Yeah.
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 I think yes, we're trying to move away from the reactionary to.
Great.
Vaguely related, but in terms of space needs for the city and city staff and everything else, I know we're moving some folks over to Carnegie after Visitors Bureau leaves, but has there been any consideration of moving city staff into the vacant space over here by the council chambers? There just seems to be a lot of empty potential office space over there.
You mean that where the closed session area is? That
Yeah, there's a conference room there, and then there's that whole other office area.
We've looked at that for a variety of reasons, like for at one point we talked about for code potentially or other things, but so we haven't looked at that as an option. Right now we don't have any specific use of it yet.
Okay.
But yeah, it's definitely on our radar.
All right, I was just thinking how we could monetize
Yeah.
the Carnegie building, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully, when everything's at the Carnegie building, lots of people will come in and want to do like events and this and all kinds of things that, you know, oh, look at this. I don't know, just more accessible, you know, like the city services. Could work.
Thank you. You got it.
I'm not sure I understand that. So you think more people will be going into the
Well,
Carnegie building because the city services are there
I
versus
think there might be some interest in, you know, like we talked about the, you know, repurposing the Masonave, whatever. I mean, I think there's kind of a, you know, hesitancy, you know, it's to, you know, to walk in unless you're paying your water bill or something. I mean, people, you know, it doesn't feel like a place where people would walk in and get that kind of information. Maybe they will, you know? It's just, or.
That would just interrupt everybody from doing their work.
Oh, I thought that was the one. Okay. Now, anyway, I'm looking at the positive side of having staff there. I think when city staff are more accessible, you know, maybe other things will happen, so. We'll see.
Yeah, and as we talked about before, right now the current, obviously we've got finance, parks, cemeteries, all of that. We're trying to figure out how to put that in that space. You know,
Yeah,
so
parks
how to
for
make that-
sure. I mean,
how to make it
yeah.
more. So we got to rethink the space too. But I hear your point. Like, is there ways we could? What other space do we have out there? Are we utilizing a lot of space correctly? Can we monetize it?
Yeah, Wolfgang Puck might be interested in.
Which one?
Wolfgang Puck might be
Oh,
interested in
yeah.
leasing the building
Yeah.
and putting a restaurant out there, so.
I have a question and wondering, where is the expenses for clean in the civic buildings, civic halls, facade and the stone, you know, clean, you know, recently.
Cleaning
You know,
it
this is a fantastic because, you know, many years ago, I raised this the question and got the answer. It's, oh, we needed to maintain its original natural stone. And we cannot use the chemical stuff, so I totally agree. But it still is the dark, it's the ISO. But right now, you find a way, you know, to clean up. That is totally, you know, amazing.
I can let Mike talk to that too. But we did do a lot of testing. We didn't want to use chemicals. We didn't want to damage the stone. We didn't want to have stone come off. And so the crews did a really good job of trying different methods on small little patches and found that, warm water at low pressure, just very methodically got that off and preserved the stone. But it was, we didn't even need, there was no soap or anything.
That is amazing.
It was just
Yeah.
water.
No, we bought a hot wash pressure washer, which has
Okay.
been, it's a hot seat. It's been on our list for a while. And so we tried it with the cold steam cleaner.
Yes.
And we just weren't getting the results that we wanted. So we got a hot seat, and we're gonna be able to use that for multiple functions out at the yard and give City Hall facelift every 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Yeah, depending on how soon that algae comes back. Yeah.
It's a hot seat.
I would love for you, I'm sorry.
That is the other cities could, get some lessons from the here, I know they have facing the same situation.
Well, and we consulted with the expert on that too.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, and we went down the road of having an expert do it,
Yeah.
and we ended up just doing it ourselves. Yeah.
The research that you did, you find something that was significantly, was tearing it apart? As far as any chemical or non-chemical? Because I'd like you to take those and wash the fountain in front of City Hall, if you don't mind. The most harsh, denigrating,
Let me write this down.
destroying, thank you.
We don't want it too clean or the ducks will.
Well, let's give the ducks little cleaners on their feet and they can just go through the whole thing.
They refuse to go in right now.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to capital improvement funds.
You can tell it's getting that time.
Yeah,
of the day.
We've devolved into.
This is the last push, and this is obviously a big one because it's big dollars, also very publicly visible in terms of what impacts are. So we'll anticipate a conversation here. Ashley and Mike are going to lead us through this section. We'll start with parks.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll just give a brief overview, and basically we'll get into the specific departments in a minute or two, but I wanted to bring your attention to highlight the handout that I gave out. I'm going to start on the sheet that is breakdown of project funding by project and source for fiscal year 25-26. That's at the top of the title versus the second side of it. That's fit by fiscal year. So we're going to go by this upcoming FY26 by source funding. And I just want to really quick give a shout out to both Ashley and Ryan and Prapti, because not only did they completely revamp the budget process this year, and it's a really good one, but they also put all of these, we got a new program this year. And so in addition to it being Prapti's first year and getting all this done, we entered it all into OpenGov. And Ashley, Ryan, Prapti, they have been working tirelessly on this, and I just see nothing but positives and a really great outcome. So hats off there.
Thank you, it's awesome.
And then, as we were just discussing, just looking at, here again, project funding by fund for fiscal year 25-26, just looking at the building facility projects, the 5 that are listed, or 6, in the first column there on the left. BF10 was just talked about. That was Carnegie Building office repairs. That's going to be the modifications that we're doing to Carnegie. And we took general fund dollars out for that, as is noted in that general fund column of 40,000. And then also the red items, those are one-time asks, one-time requests.
Yeah.
And there's 2 of them on here, the 100,000 and the 310. I'll start with the 100,000 first, staying with BF2, or up in the BF portion of BF2. This is the security upgrades at the yard, automatic gate, a brand new personnel gate, and then all the electrical upgrades that we have to do. And I'm really jazzed about this project because it's a partnership with Sonoma County Transit, and we're putting we're looking into the possibilities of putting a bus charging system out there. And so we have our electrical on-calls working underneath a $16,000 contract right now that we're splitting with Sonoma County Transit to partner with us. They're going to take the preliminary studies to figure out what do we need to do to put a bus out here, how do we have to upgrade PG&E, etc. That's what we're doing right now. We're looking into that, and that was 50-50 split between us and Sonoma County Transit. Then one of the tasks in that task order is to actually come back to us with a cost proposal for both design and construction for how much money it's going to be for SCT for the construction of the upgrades and City of Sonoma for the construction of the upgrades along with the design. And we're having a meeting with the on-call electrical engineers to finalize that at the end of this month. So we've been working on that for 3 or 4 months. And Mayor, did you have a question?
Well, I was just gonna say, you should be talking to Sonoma Clean Power too, because I think that they do have a fund that includes municipalities for.
Did you bring that up the other night at council?
Yes, I did.
I wrote that down.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and we'll look into that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and also on that project, we're working on a partnership with PG&E on that, so that they can fast track our application process, which service applications can be a real loggerhead of a traffic jam. And we're working with PG&E. PG&E's got a program where they can fast track the application process, and then also they can give us grant money for electrical vehicles that qualify. So a lot of positives on that, and I'm just really jazzed on that partnership with SCT. Another project, I'll just.
I'm sorry, Mike, quick question.
Oh, yeah, sure.
On BF2, I see there's a carryover of 50. The general fund is coming out as 100, but the project total is just 100. What is that carryover?
The carryovers aren't reflected in the right-hand column.
Oh, I see.
Totally.
But now you have the ability to use 150, so you're taking the 50 plus, okay.
Yes,
great.
and yeah, just another feather in finances cap here. Thanks, Ryan and Prapti, because we really honed, and Ashley, we really honed in on the carryover process and really memorializing that money as it makes it from fiscal year to fiscal year. And they just developed a knockout process for that.
Okay.
Moving down to creeks and drainage, we got 3 projects in there, but I only wanted to talk about one, and that's the trash capture project. And I just wanted, based on the mayor's question earlier and my response, we do have $60,000 in there, which is currently shown as a carry forward. And one of our plans was to continue working on this from a concept design phase. So even though we're not allocating money into our bank to spend later, which was shown earlier on that one-time ask that we'll either be getting or pushing forward to for mid-year, we will be working with that $60,000 to keep that project moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah, and come up with a nice concept. And as I go through this, I'll take a stop halfway down. And if we have any questions, and obviously if you want to stop me on and talk about any specific ones, but I'm just going to jump right into parks. Olson Park, we're taking 90% construction plans to Parks Rec and Open Space, I believe mid next month? June 11th. And we've been updating the commission on that. They have a lot of good comments, and we're going to continue to do that. And then Project P10, Plaza Park enhancements, we're showing $18,000 on that. That was our big belly, and that's just the fund balance remaining in that project. And we're gonna find something to spend that on in the plaza, because that money was designated to the Redwood benches. And as we all know, those got donated by Sonoma Raceway, and so we have a little extra money to play with there. And then P14, Sonoma Overlook Trail, HCF grant project. It's showing $173,000 right now. That money's all spent. That project's complete. We do have some contingency left over, so we'll be working with SOT on how to move that money into our next project. And then, is there any questions on any building, creeks, or parks projects?
Depot Park enhancements, what is that?
That is a project that's been hanging on the books. The goal is to complete the PS&E for that and do a joint construction project between that and Olson Park at the same time to save money on construction management services, because we're going to require to have an inspector for that job. And so that project upgrades Depot Park. It makes an ADA path from the ADA stall parking lot or parking spot in Depot Park to the restroom, because that path is not, it doesn't meet ADA slope. And then in addition to that, we're doing upgrades to the building, and we are doing upgrades to the playground area and putting a drinking fountain, water bottle filling station in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it gonna, it's gonna work?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
The day we install it, I'm gonna have you up there and prove that. A month later, after the kids throw sand in it, all bets are off, but we'll keep it maintained. Yeah.
So, quick, on the $18,000 that we have there that didn't have to go to the benches, one of the things I think when we're thinking about utilization of the plaza is our amphitheater definitely needs shade. on one side of the amphitheater, and there's some designs, I think, that Connie, Shireen had in regards to ones that are potentially, you know, like, look like a tree, but they're metal or whatever, and have the shapes on them. Because it's like, we have a Sunday program now happening of music in place, and so as we do more and more of those and try to publicize them, we want people to be able to come and have a play, because you know how it happens. Everybody sits on one side, so that they're not
They just
roasting.
all the way around. No one sits on the
Especially on July 4th.
Exactly. And July 4th, it's like.
And then the band gets, whoever's up there performing in the afternoon gets it, so.
Yeah, and that's something that the city manager and I have talked about. And now that we were focused on spending the money on the wood.
Yeah.
Now we've got the wood in, we can start thinking about the other alternatives. Yeah.
And there has been conversation, I know we've got conversation with some of you about the art commission taking a look at, could you do art there that provides shade as well? So yeah, similar to what
That's
we're
one
talking
of the
about,
things she was, yeah.
Yeah, so I think we'll kind of, I think that's come up a number of times, so.
Great.
Mike, in terms of the Depot Park, I do believe the Rotary Service Club has offered up some ongoing support. Are we kind of dovetailing the two and deferring, not deferring, but giving Rotary an opportunity wherever they feel that they have the capacity and the fortitude to do it, to provide some upgrades?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't been working with them recently, but we have been working with them, and we want to definitely continue doing that in the future.
Great.
Yeah. Any other questions on the first three categories?
It's good.
Yeah,
All right.
And again, I know Mike and Ashley have done a good job on this piece, so that new park directors are going to be heavily involved in a lot of these. Obviously, once they get on board, they're going to have to take the lead on getting this stuff.
Very important. And we're going to ease them into the process, but they're going to be very, very critically fundamental in the process moving forward. And I mean, Public Works has no intention to, it's going to be a partnership from a park standpoint. And buildings, I mean, it's not just going to be a line drawn between parks. Creeks and drainage, there could be some overlap, but the bottom line is it's going to be a collaborative relationship between the new Parks Department and Public Works. I mean, I'm not playing from as far as like the day-to-day activities, I'll call them. Everything folded into one, and that goes all the way through managing consultants, through construction, through transferring the completed CIP project to operations. We're going to continue to do as much of that as possible. Where I'm going to be leaning on the parks person is their expertise in parks and project development. Yeah, and just taking advantage of all that expertise and rolling that into a CIP and letting them have as much control as possible of the planning aspects of those projects, and like how many trees, where do the trees go, what parks, etc. Yeah, so. Okay, and then moving around.
I do have one of the top three, so if there's just curious if there's anything in regards to buildings and facilities, in regards to alternative utility, like, is there any ability to use solar within the plaza or on any of our buildings where, I know there's a cost, but over the long run, utility prices are going up.
So the one place that we're doing something on that right now is at the yard. And and this is going to be part of the conversation with PG&E as we look into the capacity of the yard. We currently have 2 solar generating areas at the city, one at PD and one at the yard. And those are both fully functional solar arrays. What I want to confirm when PG&E does their look-see of our infrastructure out there on 8th Street is that we will not be encumbered in any way by size of conduits, types of wires, etc. if we put a solar array parking cover over where the guys park on the west side of the yard. And that to me would be a prime location to put in the next solar array. And I could start thinking about doing something like that at City Hall, but I'd be afraid I'd be strung up.
My throat, I'm sorry.
I can't believe you said that out loud.
I know, yeah.
That was the bravest
The
statement.
roof of the amphitheater could be used. I mean, there's places that pay attention.
I think
Too many
Anyway,
trees.
so,
Actually-
so, and I'll just say one
We're gonna
last
focus
other
on-
thing for us, is that looking at this also as, emergency backup, like where, because if you do have, I mean, the trucks we can use, can actually use the EV trucks as emergency backup.
Don't worry, Ron.
Yes, yes, that's correct. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ron. Totally disrupt you.
No
This is
problem.
interesting what makes me happy and destroys other people's things.
I like talking in the afternoon. The morning seemed a little stressful. I really like this.
Yeah,
All right,
it's the
moving
sneaky
on.
cocktail hour they had.
Oh, yeah, there's the shots by the tree.
Yeah, and so moving on to transportation, we've got a few transportation projects there. The two that I wanted to highlight were T4, that's our on-call concrete program, and also that will be something we're going to utilize more this year, which is our sidewalk cost share rebate program, up to $1,000.
Yeah.
And as we re-up the sidewalk program and start partnering with the citizens when they receive letters to fix the sidewalks out in front of their house. It'll be a partnership between the city. We're putting together the second presentation to council for the revamping of the sidewalk program. And you'll all get updated on that at a council meeting in the near future. But last year we probably did a dozen locations around town where we took out, and these are primarily city-owned or city-maintained sidewalks, where we took out trip and fall hazards, redid the ADA ramps to current standards, and that pretty much sums up what we did last year. Those two, about a dozen locations. We're looking at doing 10 to 15 locations this year, and we've already got 6 or 8 of them already planned out. And then the other project I want to bring your attention to is T11. That's a new one, West Main Street. That project is really fresh right now. I've got an email ready to send over to David to talk about the financing for the design, and then we're going to move right into construction as soon as we get the design contract taken care of, PS&E done, and we're looking at doing the paving for that this fall. So, and that will be between second and third. And there's some other minor areas that we're going to be getting outside of that zone, but it's an overlay on second and third. So, any other questions on transportation projects? We've got T3, our annual slurry seal, T4, which I talked about, T5, that is the Friar Pickett Nash, which is currently under design, and that's going to get constructed next summer. And then T6, T6 is the Sonoma project, and that rounds out our transportation.
Mike, something that we experience every time we come to council is a rather playful First Street West in terms of pavement hiccups. Is that on anybody's
Yes.
radar?
Yeah, so a little history on that. Some of you may know, I can't remember if this went to council or not, but we took I believe a $22,000 credit, and I could be wrong on that number, when the Cooperage opted out of not paving in front of their property. Okay, we've got that money. When I did the geotechnical investigation for Friar Pickett Nash, we also had them do borings on First Street. Okay, Friar Pickett Nash is ahead of the queue on that, but just a little bit. I haven't combined those projects just from a funding standpoint.
Sure.
We want to make sure that we got some good money and momentum on Friar Pickett Nash, and then First Street will be right behind.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a huge project, which is part of the reason why we didn't want to pave just in front of the Cooperage, because that could have been enough delays and disturbance to the city to pave the entire street.
Yeah.
And I have ideas about how that construction project could get built, and they're all unofficial. But here again, I want to just let everybody know that we're thinking about creative ways of getting people up to PD and to the plaza with that street being closed on or almost closed, and traffic not being able to drive on that road. And the more that we give that to the contractor and creatively find a way to get people around, the cheaper the price is going to be.
Sure.
Yeah.
So was Fire Creek just faulty installation? Because that's a relatively new street, that whole Todd
That
Fire
is a
Creek.
relatively new street, and when I was out there looking at that with the geotech, he thought that there could have been an issue with the material
I see.
or the method that was used. Yeah, because we did not get the bang for our buck
No,
out
we
of
did
the longevity with those streets.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My
Yeah, you know,
question-
here again, just to finish up on that, you know, one of the on-call contracts that council authorized was for geotechnical testing services. Coming from construction management, I value that highly. And on any project that we're doing where we're working with city contractors on the CAP, we're gonna have adequate materials testing out there.
Good.
For the asphalt, compaction,
Good.
AV, et cetera.
Good.
Yeah.
My question is T3, and that is slurring and a seal, because always the controversy, and the house owner and the cities, the walkway, so if any recently big issue, because I know some of the property owner, they are willing to fix it, but financially they cannot. How we can help them, solve this issue.
And
Yeah.
Jack, this is
Yeah, that's roots and
the T3.
yeah.
T3 is for the blocks long slurry projects on the asphalt,
Not this.
Oh, is
where I put Councilmember Lowe's entire neighborhood on lockdown for a day.
She's still whining.
how about the T4?
Yeah.
T4.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
T4, yeah.
So, and how do we assist the homeowners?
Yes.
Yeah. A couple of things that we're working on with the program that I've talked to David about are basically developing a streamlined permit process. We really have to have some very basic instructions on how to acquire the permit. And then also we want to, and I gotta be careful with these words, we want to pre-qualify contractors. We want to pre-qualify contractors not from a quality standpoint, but from the standpoint of these contractors have been vetted, they understand the program, they're licensed contractors that work in the city, and they can get your job done. Not vouching for the quality of their product or anything like that, just a list of contractors that understand the system, that know how to do encroachment permits, etc. And then also some incentives. What we're talking about is no fee encroachment permit, and that could be 2 encroachment permits, one for the tree trimmer and one for the concrete contractor, and in some cases 3. Then there's a lot of coordination required between the arborist, because 9 times out of 10 it's the tree root that's causing the problem. And if we could get the city arborist out there and we pay for it, that's another cost that homeowner would save, in addition to having 2 arborists go out there and look at the same thing. It's just not cost effective or efficient. And so have the city arborist go out at the appropriate time after the displaced sidewalk has been removed. And then we've also got the $1,000 credit up to 50%, up to $2,000 for a $1,000 credit on the total price. And then we're talking about potentially purchasing the tree and having the homeowner plant and maintain it. And then we also have the resolution that council passed for Public Works that I took about 2.5 years ago, which we've used it once out at 4th Street and Level Valley to do the sidewalk job that we did out there. And that's basically a request by the homeowner that, based on the value of the job that they're doing and the price of the upgrade in front of their house is exponentially high, lean towards the price of the upgrade out in the house or out in front, they would get some cost assistance. And when council passed that resolution, that was for the director of public works to propose something to the city manager would approve it. And we're working with another homeowner on the second job that we're possibly going to do for that. Yeah, where it's a burdensome, unproportional price that the homeowner has to pay, and the city can consider assisting that. And that would come primarily, the way that we did it, most of the job that we did at 4th and Level was straight out of the operations budget, because it was mostly labor. The Public Works crew paved the street after the contractor did all the curb gutter and sidewalk concrete work.
That's great, yeah.
And just a question, so, and none of the Go Sonoma money can go towards that? Because that's for the roadway safety, it doesn't take into account, I think it's for pedestrians and
The
bicyclists.
Go Sonoma money
It's only
is
bikes.
locked into the CAP.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
Two specific projects that you applied for.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
a specific
All right.
project that we've applied for,
okay,
yeah.
got it.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, and then unless there's any more transportation questions, moving right along to water. Water, we have, W10 is, we're showing $150,000 of carry forward. We're anticipating to spend nearly all of that this year on the AMI project, just wrapping that up. But basically, we are just in the very, very final stages of wrapping that project back up. And then that project is on track and under budget. The other project I wanted to bring your attention is W18. We have a leaky main going over the Lovell Valley Bridge on county property on Lovell Valley Road, close to Garricky. Yeah, and that would be over Nathanson Creek. And so we have to fix that water line, something similar. Well, the one at Chase Street Bridge didn't go over the bridge, but we're gonna do something very similar to where it's, the one at Chase Street Bridge is on the upstream side, on the north side of the bridge, and that's what we currently have at Lovell Valley, and we're gonna replace that line also.
That's from the tank, the tank out there?
That's that system isn't 100% redundant, and I'm not sure where the gap is, but it's either coming from town, pushing water out, or coming from the tank and sending water back. But there's a gap on Lovell Valley Road, and I can't remember exactly where it is, east or west of that bridge. Yeah.
Isn't that, oh, no, that's right, because that's 7, so it is, yeah, it is in the city, I was thinking it was county.
Oh, no, it's in the county.
It isn't.
It's in the county. We supply water to county residents. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, especially at the northeast corner of town there.
okay.
Yeah.
That goes way back.
Yes, yes.
Try it
And then,
now.
Just the last project I wanted to bring your attention was W20. It's the pump station roof replacement. Our pump station roofs need to be fireproofed a little bit better than they are. And so we're going to be putting metal roofs on the pump stations at Thornsbury and Lovell Valley. And then that's a basic overview of some of the projects in the CAP. Ashley's going to take over. She's going to talk about some slides that we have that Ryan and Prapti have loaded up for us into the PowerPoint. On the back side, we also have a fiscal year forecast for the work. So FY26 is in the first column, and then it goes 27, 28, etc. And if there's any questions on, projects as we plan out in the future, I don't want to go totally over on time, but at the same time, I want to give council the opportunity to ask inquiry if they have any questions on any of the projects that are presented there based on the amount of money that we're spending in the current fiscal year, which comes directly from the previous page. It does not include carry forwards, and basically to years in the future. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ashley Cotter, Public Works Project Manager and Administrative Manager.
Thank you. So I'm just going to go through the slides and go over some of the projects Mike didn't touch on, and also go over some of our accomplishments. So for 2024-2025, one of our big accomplishments was completing the Sonoma Overlook Trail Rehabilitation Phase 3. This was just done yesterday. And we wouldn't have been able to do it without the Sonoma Overlook Trail Steward, so it was a really great partnership between the two. We also successfully designed and constructed the foundations for the 2 new columbarium installs, and then continued our efforts with the fire maintenance and reduction efforts on the Montini Trail CIPP3, 50% through Olson Park, and then the redwood benches and table lumber replacements are ongoing as part of CIP 10.
I'm sorry, may I ask a question regarding the design for Olson Park? Do we have a picture of it or anything like that?
It's definitely something I could send out. We're at 50% design, so we've got a 50% design plan set, so that has like concepts about what it's going to look like.
Yeah, I
proposed
think we'd love to
shade
see that.
structures and stuff like that. Yeah, it was part of our, it was presented at the last pros meeting, and so I could definitely send you that agenda packet, and that has everything. We're going to be bringing it back again for a 90% design review as well.
And thank you, I didn't realize it was in that packet.
No. It's
That's okay, we can send that out.
That would be awesome.
Great.
Thank you.
For 25-26, one of our goals is to move forward with the Depot Park Enhancements Project. That is part of one of our asks this year, is to add some more funding into that. Complete the Olson Park construction, and also could start the design for the Plaza Bollards Phase 1. That is one of our additional one-time asks. And then also begin the Plaza Irrigation Rehabilitation Project. And then also complete our CIPP 10 work in the plaza with the remaining grant funds that we have. So this just calls out some of the numbers Mike has already touched on. So these numbers match the handouts that you have here. P3 in this, it should be the Montini fire enhancement, but that is on your handout. So I just wanted to call that out there. That's $35,000. That's funded through Measure M. It's a recurring contract with Sonoma Ecology Center. Olson Park has $175,000 from Quimby. This will give the project enough money to move forward with construction and construction management. P9 has an additional $100,000 from Quimby, and Measure M again for additional construction funds as well as construction management. And then the Plaza Irrigation Rehabilitation Project for $25,000 is a general fund ask, and we're very excited to be using our new plaza topography survey to get that started. So we're really excited about that.
Oh, sorry.
Your spirit test.
Trigger finger.
So the Depot Park bathroom remodel, so that is happening this year? Or did you already do some there, or are you gonna do more? I mean, that'd be great if there was more done there. This would be one of the very frequent users of all of the public
Yeah, and
park
that's
bathrooms.
Project P9, the Depot Park Enhancements Project that I previously talked about. And that was the one that Councilmember Gurney asked the question of timing and scope of project. And that one is going to get done. It's following Olson Design, and I think we are trying to get Olson Design out this fall for bid. Yeah. And so that project is the bathroom upgrades and the ADA path and the playground upgrades. Yeah.
Yeah, because if we're looking at that upgrade to the Masonave Cottage, if that goes through that whole area, you know, upgrading it will be a benefit for that to be able to monetize future opportunities there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And moving on to streets. So part of the work we accomplished this year was completing some sidewalk repairs on the Plaza, Broadway, and installing ADA ramps in the Friar Pickett Nash neighborhood. We successfully completed the installation of a new rectangular rapid flashing beacon system at 3rd Street West and West Main Street. We started the design for rehabilitation of the streets on Friar Pickett and Nash as part of CIP 5 and achieved 65% design for our Go Sonoma project. And then 25-26, we're hoping to complete the Go Sonoma design and move forward into construction. That project does have grant funds attached to it. And then additionally for T5, we'd like to complete the design for Friar Pickett and Nash and then hopefully go to construction the following summer. We'd like to complete design and construction for West Main Street, which Mike touched on earlier. So that is spot treatment along West Main. And then complete our inventory and inspection for maintenance program and evaluation for the bridges, as well as continuing to complete on-call concrete projects for CIP T4. T4 has our sidewalk rebate for people that, you know, want to improve their sidewalks. So we have money in there for that, as well as for fixing trip and falls and other things throughout the city. And then this graph, similar to Parks, goes over what our asks are for this year. So T3, we have 100,000. The goal for that will be to program a new set of slurry seal projects. The last slurry seal we did in 2024 successfully completed the last set of 5 slurry seal projects that we had done. We did also recently get awarded the PTAP award through the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, PTAP 26. So we'll be working with MTC this upcoming fall to reevaluate our streets. We'll get a new set of PCI numbers that will be uploaded into Street Saver, and then along with that will also come a decision tree that will help us program what slurry seal, what streets to treat with slurry seal in order to get the best bang for our buck and really do the most to increase our PCI, which is our pavement condition index, which is basically the number that tells you how nice our streets are. And then for T4, we're requesting $50,000 from general fund, and that will allow us to continue to provide the sidewalk rebate to customers who are fixing their trip and falls, as well as doing our own trip and falls. We have T5, we have $150,000 from gas tax that will help us fund a design contract to help us move forward with this project. T6 has 100,000 coming for Go Sonoma. Sorry for referencing these by number; it's just habit. So stop me if I'm going too fast. But Go Sonoma, we have 100,000 coming from gas tax. We do have sufficient funds to move forward or to continue our design contract, but this project does have about a 15% match requirement for construction. So we're getting 1.6 million from SCTCA, and then we do have about a $277,000 match requirement for this project, bringing it to about 1.8 million. So part of that is kind of squirreling away funds for that construction match. And then T11, West Main Street, we have $150,000 that will provide money for design and construction for the West Main Street treatments. And then 24-25 accomplishments for creeks and drainage. We did successfully accept the San Francisco Water Quality Improvement Fund grant funds that is being administered through the EPA. We're working on that project with the counties, with Sonoma County and Napa County, as well as the city of Petaluma. So it's very much a large group project. Part of that is that the city has a large trash capture project, which is on our sheet here as the Broadway and Liberoni Road Flood Reduction and Trash Capture Project. So right now we're working through preliminary design, and we'd like to move that forward by getting a design contract in place and kind of narrowing down where we'd like to put it, because there's a possibility we might move it to something that might be, oh, we did move it, okay, good. So then you guys are already briefed on that, and I'll skip over that. And then we also successfully completed the emergency contract for the emergency storm drain repair at 5th East and East MacArthur, CIP CD8. And then our goals for 25-26 include utilizing our RFP process to assess our storm drain system, and then continue to work through the Streets to Creeks outreach program, which we also get Streets to Creeks as part of our EPA grant. Sonoma County just finished an RFP for that, so we're hopeful to be able to get a more robust program as part of our involvement in that grant, and then also begin to get a little bit more into planning and design for CD3. And then these projects, like you guys would have talked about this earlier, but we'll be reevaluating these at mid-year to add money back into these projects. One of the biggest accomplishments is CIPW 10. Mike touched on this as well. This project would not have been possible without the operations team, so a huge shout out to them. They really showed up for the city in terms of helping move this project forward. And we are pretty much done with that contract. The remaining water meter connections will be replaced with city forces, and then we also began the design of Well 1 Phase 2. This is a project that kind of stemmed from the completion of W13, which is the Well 1 vault repair cover, so this is kind of a continuation of that. And so we're working on addressing some electrical problems with Well 1. And then 25-26, we're working on the design for the Little Valley Road main repair as well as the roof hardening. What's not mentioned on here is completing the Well 1 Phase 2 projects, which is highlighted on the next slide in terms of our asks. So that's the Well 1 Phase 2, we have 150,000, Little Valley Road, we have 205, pump station, roof hardening is 300,000. The CIP W10 AMI projects was a very hefty CIP project, so as part of our rate study, we can't do larger projects like that every single year, so not quite as much while we kind of recoup from doing that large CIP, which I think is one of the largest CIPs that the city has done. And then building and facilities, we initiated on-call contracts with our structural engineer and completed design for Depot Park Museum truss repair, assessed Fire Station 1, treated the bacterial staining on the city hall, and then initiated contracts with electrical engineers to start the electrical upgrades at the courtyard. And this year, what we'd like to do is continue to move forward with those projects, design and construct the City Hall emergency power, advertise the facilities assessment, work on our corporation yard electrical upgrades in partnership with Sonoma County Transit, and then complete the Carnegie office repairs to make room for new and existing staff at Carnegie Building. And then those, as Prapti mentioned, these are all coming out of the LTVM. What's not included on this is the one-time ask for $100,000 for the courtyard electrical upgrades, which was mentioned earlier. That's it.
Any questions?
Yeah, just to say one more thing. The city manager and I have talked about coming up with a document that makes all this information a little more accessible and a little more up to date. And as soon as we're done with budget, the next thing we're going to be working on is something that can be displayed on Public Works page of the website that basically gives a really good overview of the different projects that Public Works is going to be working on one page. And it's going to be real interactive where you can click on one of the projects. It'll take you to the page. We'll update that every quarter, every 6 months based on how much activity the project has. And it'll be just something for council to utilize and basically to direct citizens towards if they get any questions. And it'd just be real easy, real user-friendly, and put everything right in a nice, neat little package so that you can get on one page and just click and see basically where the money's being spent or where the money's being projected to be spent. And that'll be forthcoming.
Any questions?
Wow.
Yes.
This
already finished.
This may not be the right setting to ask this, but I had a discussion the other day with our city manager that there's a probability that there could be some funding for a shovel-ready project at the plaza. It did exclude any solar, so I just have to convey that right now. And I don't see, when I'm looking at the forecast between...
Sunshine on you, Ron.
When I see the forecast of 2025 to 30, and I look down at the three items that have associated with the plaza, P10, P16, P17, none of that suggests that we have any planning for something like that. And if the opportunity to gain some significant funding is based upon a shovel-ready project, I do believe that we need to have some discussion about what that might look like if indeed it's viable, and if indeed we can do it in a timely fashion so that we can truly capture this funding source. So I just wanted to share that again. I need not have a protracted conversation here, but I just wanted to go public with it because it's something that could be quite significant and would mirror one of our goals, and that is the ongoing sustainability of our plaza. So it is at least in line with an established city council goal.
Did you have a question?
No.
No. So I had just two quick ones. Well, I mean, this is a longer term question. This is kind of looking at two projects we're going to be funded by the gas tax, and also thinking about how much. I think the big federal funding that we got was for the Chase Bridge. But looking at both of those, federal funds and gas tax, both of those will gas tax going, the amount of money we get from that going down because of the transition to EVs. And also the lack of federal funding going to especially states like California. But are you looking at that at all, kind of for long-term funding, how you're anticipating? If there's significant funding that we need from either of these two areas, like how that could potentially dry up?
Yeah, we're looking at that. And basically, we take a look at our fund balances. We've been working with finance quite a bit lately on fund balances and projected revenue. And we have a little bit right now because we haven't been spending a lot of it. And that, not including Chase Street Bridge. That's a completely separate pot of money that was project specific. Yeah, but when we're looking at the long term, we take into account the anticipated revenue. In terms of, typically it tends to go up by 5% every year-ish. That's just kind of a general rule. And basically, if that were to start changing, we would have to take that into consideration. If we would get 20% less versus 5% more. And so we do look at that. We always are taking a look at our projected revenues. And I have some projects that could potentially start on July 1st because I can actually tap into some of that revenue for that year and spend it as we acquire it. And basically, it's not an unlimited amount of money. And when you take a look at Friar Pickett Nash, Spain Street, and First Street, that money's spent for the next 2 to 3 years. Yeah. And so, and then like I said, we have a little bit of an account right now because we haven't done a whole lot of paving projects lately. So we have a pretty decent sized account, but I have plans to spend it. Yeah.
And then the other thing is just thinking of the resources for the web updates. I know, I always look at those type of things because I've experienced in the past, they're great ideas, but it actually does take a level of resources to actually keep that updated. So you feel like that you have those human resources.
In terms of our capital program?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. We have to.
And a system to make it pretty easy and efficient
Yes.
for you to be able to do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we get help. Sarah, the PIO.
I was looking at Sarah.
She's amazing in setting stuff up like this. And I think that, just collaborating with her, it's just going to be pretty smooth.
And part of it too is the resources it takes to answer every one-off question. So we kind of regret that too. That could be a question, when's my street going to be paid? When's
So that's going to save, okay, you're hoping that.
Get that out there so it's useful.
Save time in the long run. Yeah.
Tom, did you have a question?
If your questions are done, I have a public question.
Yeah, I'll accept a public question.
Thank you.
We'll be out of here.
Awesome.
So piggybacking on these last two comments about future funding sources, looking at the decision today to defer the Go Sonoma Capital Improvement T6, the match funding that would be supporting the crosstown bike path and pedestrian improvements throughout the city. I'm mindful of the fact that that's funded out of the SCTCA 5-year budget, which is a competitive program, which is coming out for a new opportunity this summer.
Exactly, August, we have to have it in
And
by
so the
August.
question I have is, by deferring it today and in this budget cycle, do we think that'll have any impact on the possibility of winning new funds from that same budget source in the future? Do we have a plan for how we anticipate applying for funds under that, or are we going to not do that this cycle? I'm just curious, haven't heard any comment about that. It's something we talked about at the Climate Action Commission as a possible funding source for
and I just
transportation.
I just forwarded that to our city manager just to make sure that it's up front, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I just want to be clear too. I think when we talk about deferring, right now we're dealing with the cash flow uncertainty issue that really I'm trying to just manage in terms of really July 1, what's the cash flow look like? We don't I want to be careful to defer or stop or stopping the project. We do have funds in that project to keep it moving. We're not stopping it. We feel confident that we can move forward. I just need to have a better sense of where that general fund's going to come from or what I'm going to cut to make sure that that happens or reassess. So if it gets to the point where I need to come back to council and say we need to use some one-time money from the reserves to just push this over the edge because the revenue's not coming in, you'll see me come forward and do that. So there's no intent to try to stop the project. But we just got to manage the reality. And then in terms of the next round, we're going to be looking at that, making sure that we have something ready to go and be competitive. So I think that's on our list.
Yeah, so it is good to look at the SCTA, which they're putting out the request for RFPs.
Yeah.
Will you know about this? And then they want those in by August.
Yeah, and we attend monthly meetings
yes,
with them in Santa Rosa.
Okay.
We get updated on all these topics, but I'm not saying don't send the email over to the city manager because things do slip through the cracks. And David brings things to me that we haven't heard about yet. And it's not something that was discussed at the SCTA meeting, but any little nuggets that happen to go through your in basket, feel free to send them over for sure. And, if we already know about it, no harm, no foul. But, yeah.
Thank you.
Especially when it comes to grant funding. Yeah.
Yes. So I wanted to go ahead and just take a few minutes, if anybody has any, because we've gone over every single piece, any overall general questions or comments people want to make in regards to the overall budget.
I can have some started. The overall, today I feel very confident for this budget workshop. And usually, as we know, we are very conservative when doing this kind of budget annually. And the previous 2 years, we were budgeted in a deficit, and finally, we got in a surplus. So this year, we are budgeted in a surplus. Not a lot, 150. That means a lot. And I know the result for this surplus, we compromise or sacrifice some of the CIP projects. Mine, the concern is because I'm always very positive for our outcome, our financials, and sooner or later maybe we have a little more money. So my concern is how we can prioritize our CIP and the list. If we have additional money and better than our expectation, better than our budget, which one is we need to follow up using the money and wisely and proactively do some planning. That is my comments.
And if I could just say something on that.
Yeah.
Public Works and the city manager's office are working with finance, are working very closely on this.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a very robust CIP program right now. And I want to keep it that way. Believe me, we'll be discussing the money at the appropriate times as these opportunities come up. And we've already had sessions where we're discussing things like this. Public Works is keeping a list of all the different things that we want to have another conversation with regarding the city manager's office and finance at the appropriate time. Yeah. And so that's not going to fall out of the queue.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So the priority things from our city council always community safety and security is the number one. So that when you thinking about priorities, put in your plan would be that.
Any other overall comments?
My overall comment is, yes, we were inundated with a tremendous amount of data, but it's quite evident that the data was very thoughtfully put together and presented. And I would like to maybe transition my verbal comment to a thank you for.
Thank you, Ron.
Nice job.
And I think that we're moving along the way of because of being in this position of trying to be conservative at the same time not being in a position where we are stuck, and that we're looking forward at things that support our community, that support, certainly issues, for me, of course, climate, issues around immigration, issues around poverty that we're seeing in our community, at the same time being creative too in regards to bringing in new cultural events. And really, because they both work together, one helps support the other. The more we have a vibrant community that is having cultural events and bringing joy to the community and bringing revenue into the community, the more we can be doing ideally in supporting our vulnerable communities as well. And so constantly looking at that, and I know we always have that challenge of so many of our vulnerable communities are in the county, but they are very close neighbors and the people that work in our city. So how we're continuing to do that. I think that this reflects that, but also just echo both Ron and Jack. What a different presentation this is this year in regards to really understanding and knowing what's going on. And both from the finance point of view, but from the idea of each department having a very clear picture around the priorities. And I think that they really are matching our goals for the year. So thank you. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you.
For all your leadership around this.
It's great, good team. So we'll definitely bring this back in June, so it'll be formatted, updated numbers, full document, and then a budget book will follow. And at some point, Prapti will probably do a little show at council about what our new budget system looks like, what the public will this will all be online now, dynamic, live, where you can see the budget you approve and the expenses live every day. So it'll be a pretty good tracking tool for us, but also for the public and yourselves.
Is there a best practice that you go down to the cents in terms of formatting? I mean, with both percentages and dollars. Yeah, that's just
finance goes right to the cent.
I appreciate it. Just it makes it a little more cumbersome to read.
Yes.
Anyway.
Round up or round down.
But still, excellent job. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, excellent job.
No,
Fix those decimal points there. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. And we adjourned a few extra hours.
We did.
So they arrested Mattson.
Oh, God.